Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024, and the time is 9:02. At this time, we will have a moment of silence. Recently, we lost our planning director, Jennifer Jolly. Her mother passed away, and our condolences with her and her family. So we'll have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Supervisor Rickman, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Clerk of the Board, we have a roll call vote, please. Roll call.
Supervisor Dean? Here. Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Villapuglá.
Present. Moving on to recognitions, presentations. Clerk of the Board, will you please name off your first?
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition of retiring Commodore Stockton Skills School teacher Priscilla Wyatt is going to be postponed this morning as she was unable to attend. So our second recognition is the proclamation of April 28th through May 4th, 2024. As Small Business Week in San Joaquin County, and this was requested by Supervisor Patty of the 3rd Supervisorial District. And I'd like to invite the representatives from the Chambers of Commerce, including the African American Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce, Manteca Chamber of Commerce, Lee Tracy Chamber of Commerce, and the Ripon Chamber of Commerce to the podium as we read this proclamation. And if there are any other representatives from chambers that I did not call, please feel free to come forward at this time. Whereas the small business and entrepreneurs of San Joaquin County enrich our community with diversity, innovation, and character while driving economic growth. And whereas our small businesses have historically served as the foundation of our local economy, predating the presence of large corporations. And whereas San Joaquin County offers abundant resources to empower small businesses and entrepreneurs, including the Small Business Development Center, San Joaquin County WorkNet in partnership with the California Office of Small Business Advocate, San Joaquin County Economic Development Department, as well as individual chartered city chambers of commerce and specialty chambers of commerce. And whereas this special week is dedicated to recognizing and honoring all of our small business owners, as well as the organizations that support their success. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of April 28th through May 4th, 2024 as Small Business Week in San Joaquin County, urging all citizens to patronize and support our local small businesses, not only this week, but consistently throughout this year. Presented this 23rd day of April, 2024. Chairman Villapuglá and Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We would love to hear from our chamber representatives. I know that the board and our chairman will have a couple of words as well, but please step up and give us a couple of representative comments from the chambers.
Good morning, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Lisa Vela. I'm the CEO of the San Joaquin County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I would like to thank you for this proclamation today and for acknowledging the hard work that our chambers do here in San Joaquin County. We have a lot of work to do and we need your support. So thank you very much, and go small businesses this week and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Stockton Chamber.
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Frank Farrell. I'm the Chief Policy Officer of the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of our members, our Board of Directors, and our CEO, Tim Quinn, I am here to say thank you. Thank you for recognizing the strength of small businesses in our community as the backbone of something good here in San Joaquin County. We've got to continue to support them, be it through advocacy, through programs offered by San Joaquin County WorkNet or EED, what they call it, E2D2, or Human Services Agency, whatever the cause. All the workforce programs is very important for all of our businesses, not just to survive, but to thrive. So thank you very much for your recognition.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Taylor Hassal. I'm the Executive Director of the Manteca Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for having me this morning on behalf of the Chamber and Manteca businesses. Thank you very much for the recognition. Manteca has a very tight-knit, very flourishing and interactive business economy. And on behalf of them, thank you for the recognition on the county level. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Donahue, CEO of the Ripon Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of the Ripon business community, I want to thank you. We're so proud of our small businesses in Ripon. They really are the lifeblood, especially in our downtown district. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Terry Monroe, and I'm representing Ms. Paulette Amos Gross from the Afro-American Chamber of Commerce. And our CEO couldn't be here today, but I am really excited about what this city, where it's going, what it's doing. And the Afro-American Chamber is not invisible. We are visible, and we're doing wonderful things to, uplift the city. And it's wonderful that you all are recognizing Business Week for small businesses. I am the membership director at the Afro-American Chamber, and I'm boots on the ground. Okay, so I want to thank you very much for acknowledging us. Hi, I'd also like to acknowledge Leslie Edmond, who couldn't be here this morning, the president of the Central Valley Asian Chamber of Commerce. She sends her support as always, and she is a great partner of our chambers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not to be outdone by Lisa. Also, Maria Valenzuela with the Tracy Chamber couldn't be here today. She had a conflict, but she wants me to thank you on her behalf as well.
And we do have proclamations for all the chambers, and we appreciate you. And listen, it's not the government, it's small businesses that are the lifeblood and the employer of a community. So we appreciate you being representatives and fighting up and standing up for the small businesses. I know that we've got some words from our chamber, and every single person here in this chamber, and all of us, we've all worked for a small business, been part of a small business, owned or been part of a small business in our lifetime. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Now, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the work that you do. Small businesses are the backbones of our economy, and these small businesses, a lot of them are mom and pop owned, put their life savings in order to get their business to work and put their kid through college and make a living. So whatever we can do as a board, please let us know. And I want to give a shout out to real quick this Stockton Chamber. You got leading the charge in the Prop 47. Repeal, I guess you could say, and we've seen the devastating effect that has had, not just in our county, but as a state as a whole. So kudos to you. And, we have, Kelly for 5th District, and I think we all agree in this room, 5th District, best district, right? And that's the saying that we use here in the county. But, thank you, Kelly, for all you do. And, Ripon does such a great job, as you all do. But go look at their Instagram posts. I love to see them. They have awesome videos. And I'll give a shout out to Maria, who can be here, that we work very closely with in Tracy. So please use this as a tool. If you guys ever need anything, please reach out and let us know. So thank you, and keep up the good work, and God bless.
Are you finally done?
I got a case of the Tom Patties.
Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you. Our district is second to none, by the way. So anyway, but thank you. I mean, it's about partnerships and collaboration. And so it's important, we just did it with Frank in the Stockton Chamber to help retail theft. So I put up $15,000 of my discretionary money to help do a website and partnership with the district attorney to help stop retail theft. And it's all those tools and us working together. And being a small business owner too, I try to attend as many events as I can, because I think when people are starting businesses that they need our help to be celebrated, because owning and running a business is not an easy thing to do. So thank you for what you guys do. I mean, it's great that everybody gets along together and promotes one another. Usually it was kind of siloed out, but I think it's power. There's power in numbers. So I appreciate what you guys do for not only the county, but the small businesses. And thank you, Supervisor Patty, for bringing this forward.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. My name is Steve Ding from the Lodi Chamber of Commerce. My hats are off to you. One of the things a lot of people don't recognize is the history of chambers of commerce. I mean, a chamber of commerce back in the day, it was something you were invited to attend. It was a very prestigious organization of individuals who were not just involved in business, but building of community, the hiring of city, county employees, what had you. One of the hardest parts about being a chamber of commerce representative, it's like corralling sheep. I mean, the reason people go into business is because they're pretty independent individuals and they don't necessarily like running around in groups. And one of the comments we got when we did our membership drive last year from the Lodi Chamber was, well, what have you done for me lately? And trying to explain to them that in numbers, what you guys do, we all go to the ribbon cuttings and it's great. We get to socialize, but the value is what takes place in Sacramento. The value is your legislative advocacy and things we cannot do on an individual basis. So for that, I'd like to thank you.
And let me give you a quick Steve Ding story. And he has a very storied political career working for Congressman Pombo. But when he was running to be a supervisor, I remember, and I brought this up, I remember this though, when years past, he would always say, I'm with Republican congressmen, we are pro-business. When people come in and talk about the challenges to be in business and legislative actions and things that you guys are all advocates and oftentimes do meetings up in Sacramento on behalf of local businesses. Well, until Steve Ding, our supervisor, became a business owner, he said for himself, I had no idea what I was talking about. The challenges, that bureaucracy, even from county governments or cities. So there's always a constant challenge, and that's just a reminder of our role is to facilitate and make certain that we are supporting local small businesses. So to that point, that was a great lesson I learned from you, and being a business owner, we all know that. So to our chairman, we want to recognize and appreciate all of you. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Patty, for bringing this forward, and I want to thank all the chambers for showing up today. I know you've done an incredible job for small businesses. I know that I've been in office 8 years, and I know that I go to all the mixers, and you guys are always very supportive for small business. So appreciate you guys, and be a great time to take a photo if we can.
Rickman, do not touch me.
Oh, there she is.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Was this COVID days?
You got no one? Okay. Clerk of the board, we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is the proclamation of April 2024 as Autism Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, and this was also requested by Supervisor Patty of District 3. I'd like to invite Monica Stelmach of Wide Horizon to the podium as I read this proclamation. Whereas the United Nations General Assembly introduced Autism Awareness Day in 2007, and the celebration has expanded each year on a global scale. And whereas according to the CDC, approximately 1% of the world population has autism spectrum disorder, with 1 in every 100 children being diagnosed, underscoring the critical importance of early intervention and care. And whereas San Joaquin County encompasses an array of public and private resources designed to serve individuals of all ages, such as preschool assessment and education facilitated by school districts, assessment and behavioral health treatment plans provided by Health Plan of San Joaquin, referrals and education support from Valley Mountain Regional Center, assistance services from San Joaquin County in-home support services, and training as well as job opportunities facilitated by Wide Horizons. And whereas Wide Horizons stands as a beacon of support within our community, providing invaluable resources, guidance, and opportunities to individuals with autism and their families. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Autism Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, urging all residents to champion inclusion by supporting innovative programs, vocational training initiatives, and advocacy efforts presented this 23rd day of April 2024. Chairman Villalpudua and Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And autism is something, Monica, I'd like to hear a couple words from you, but it affects so many families. I remember first, I was probably about 10 years old back in New York. One of my family members has a child that was autistic. First time we ever experienced it. It was a real extreme case. And just forever that the family is challenged and as in pursuit of good care. So what you've spearheaded, Monica, in Manteca, a grassroots effort, and Steri, thanks for being here being on the board. But I remember being at a ribbon cutting and just a leap of faith of what can we do if we get involved in the community and what you've done. And I'm holding a magazine that says Wonder Woman with your picture on it, and it's an understatement for all the work that you're doing. So please share a few words and about the programs that you have, things you've spearheaded, and I know that the other board members would like to give a little support as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Supervisor Patty. Thank you to the Chamber for this opportunity. Thank you for the recognition. As you say, we were blessed to have you in our ribbon cutting about 3 years ago at our first facility. And the autism numbers, the kids with autism, it's growing. And I think that there's a point when we can't just start complaining about the services that our children are not getting. That was one of them. My son is 30 years right now. He was 25 when I decided to do something about it. Right now, he's working in one of the wineries in Manteca, Delicado Winery. This is his second job. And one of the main purposes of Wide Horizons is to bring hope to the families. I didn't know that there was a hope. I have my son at home, and after that, I'm glad. I'm glad that I did this. I quit my job and dedicated my time to move on Wide Horizons. We definitely need your support. We have a pretty small program right now, supporting only whatever we can afford. But this program is needed. The need is huge, more than the situation. We need to do something about it to help them, to empower them, because they can do something. They have dreams. They want to work. They want to live independent, but they need us, and we need your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Steri, would you like to give a comment on behalf of the board?
No, we just appreciate you putting us on the map and bringing Wide Horizons to a bigger audience. Monica does a phenomenal job, and on behalf of the neurodiverse community and everything, I do this because of her hard charging. The way she sold the program to me and the way I got introduced to it is amazing on what she's doing, and what we're trying to do as a Wide Horizons group is just amazing. So appreciate all the support and having us here today.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Well, I just want to thank you for everything you've done, and you have a job ahead of you, and that people like myself, I don't have a lot of history with this and understanding, of it until you run into a family member that, is dealing with it. So I've got a lot to learn, but I just wanted to thank you for your service.
Vice Chair Canepa.
What you do is amazing because, like you just said, unless you have lived experience, how do you help others? And we always talk about giving people a voice. And I mean, the only reason I know so much about autism is my neighbor across the street for 18 years had it. And I mean, there's different levels of it and how brilliant they are in the aspect that they, are kind of specialize in. And everybody had kind of their specialty, but it's sometimes they're socially awkward or, you know what I mean? So people have to be tolerant. You know what I mean? And I think that's the biggest thing that we could teach of this is that, you know what I mean? they're trying their hardest, and sometimes they're socially awkward. And I think we as citizens in the county can be, more helpful and not so derogatory and judgmental. And I think that's what you do. If you're a superwoman, thank you for what you do. I don't know exactly what you do, but obviously you're here and are advocating on behalf of autism. And I think people like you make the world a better place to live in. So thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Yes, thank you both for being here, and thank you for the work that you do, especially the advocacy. I was just in Sacramento, last week and actually pretty much all day yesterday, speaking to our state representatives and their staff, about the upcoming budget and about the importance of that continued funding for these types of programs. And your advocacy plays a huge part in that. So keep up the great work, keep us informed, and please let us know what we can do as a board. So thanks again, and God bless.
Before I bring it back over to our chairman, I just want to also echo, and you've leaps and bounds, and just from that, taking that first step and signing a lease and getting a storefront and joining chambers, and just to get that awareness in the community out. And our first conversations, you've really done a lot. Every one child that you're helping just has repercussions and values across the full spectrum. So we thank you and appreciate it. Chairman?
Thank you, Supervisor Fatt, for bringing this forward also. So my niece suffers from autism, but she's brilliant, and everything you guys do for children, really appreciate it. I know it's a tough task, but you guys are doing a wonderful job for our community. Thank you very much. Clerk of the Board, do we have the next recognition, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Our next proclamation is of May 2024 as Stroke Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Mary Nicholson with Healings in Motion, along with Richard Trogman, CEO of the new Stockton Regional Rehabilitation Hospital, and Daniel Kim, Senior Program Coordinator of Public Education at San Joaquin Public Health and HIM board member, as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas stroke is a leading cause of death and long-term disability in the United States, with profound physical, emotional, and financial effects on individuals, families, and communities. And whereas 80% of strokes are preventable and nearly 25% occur in people under the age of 65. And whereas while strokes are the 5th leading cause of death nationally in San Joaquin County, it ranks at 3rd. And whereas 20% of strokes will occur in individuals of working age, potentially having a lasting negative impact on careers and young families. And whereas stroke is the leading cause of long-term disability, and more than half of these survivors suffer reduced mobility. And whereas there is a 30-day hospital readmission rate of 12 to 14% in patients with acute ischemic stroke, did I say that correctly? And whereas the risk of stroke can be reduced by abstaining from smoking, maintaining a healthy diet, engaging in daily exercise, and limiting alcohol consumption to no more than 2 drinks per day. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2024 as Stroke Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, where collectively we must work together to improve stroke awareness and encourage everyone to respond to stroke symptoms to increase better outcomes. Presented this 23rd day of April 2024. Chairman Villapadua.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mary. How are you today?
I'm good, thank
Morning,
you.
all. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I would. I want to thank you, Board Chair, and all the members on the dais. I accept the proclamation on behalf of Healings in Motion and the community at large as we set the stage for stroke prevention and recovery. Standing with me is Richard Trogman, CEO of the Stockton Regional Rehabilitation Hospital, and Healings in Motion board members Daniel Kim, who is a Senior Program Coordinator of Public Health Education at San Joaquin County Public Health, and Reverend Dr. Eugene Farrell. Healings in Motion has been at the forefront of advocating for improved stroke care for the past 17 years, with stroke being a critical health issue affecting someone in the United States every 40 seconds. We continue community engagement, education, and advocating for better stroke protocols and care. As a result, stroke care has significantly improved over the years. In line with today's proclamation, we invite you to join us in May and beyond for various activities aimed at increasing stroke awareness and continuing improvements of stroke outcomes. You can tune in to our stroke awareness public service announcements on local radio stations and various interviews on other forms of media. You are invited to participate at our educational Lunch and Learn series, the Central Valley Recovery Awareness Preventing Strokes program, or engage with our STARS program, an acronym for Stroke Thrivers and Recovery Strivers, which is a stroke and caregiver support group. Let's come together to make a difference in stroke care and support those affected by this serious health condition. We are delighted to announce our upcoming collaborations with community partners to further advance our efforts to stroke awareness, prevention, and recovery. We are recently honored to be a presenter at Health Plan of San Joaquin's Community Health Education Series, as well as the Stockton Mayor's ADA Roundtable, among other patient-centered programs. Through partnerships and collaborations, we aim to expand our reach and impact increase awareness of stroke symptoms and risk factors. Our unwavering commitment to making a difference in the lives of stroke survivors and caregivers drives us to work closely with our partners to provide support and guidance through recovery and post-stroke care. By 2030, all baby boomers will be 65 or older. You guys don't know anything about that, though. Age is a primary risk factor of stroke. The number of stroke occurrences will increase significantly. This and the fact that strokes are also occurring at a younger age. Stroke residuals will affect the workforce throughout San Joaquin County and change the family dynamics and much more. According to the American Stroke Association, the overall total annual costs of stroke in the United States are projected to increase to $240.67 billion in 2030, an increase by 129%, and globally exceed $1 trillion in the very near future. Responding to stroke symptoms and getting to a hospital increases the chances of recovery. Stroke rehabilitation to reduce long-term disabilities is paramount. So for that reason, I'd just like Richard Trogman to speak about his services.
Thank you very much, Mary, for inviting us here today. Hello, Board of Supervisors, a couple of familiar faces. Good to see you again. For the rest of you who haven't visited us, you're welcome anytime. Be happy to give you a tour of our new facility. You can actually see it out the window. It's right by the water tower over there in beautiful University Park. We're blessed to be in that setting. It's truly a holistic healing environment. We opened in June, and since that time, we have seen over 50 stroke patients that come to us for our intense rehabilitation services as a hospital. We are a licensed general acute care hospital. Patients come to us when they need daily nursing care, round-the-clock nursing care, daily physician visits, and intensive therapy services, speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy. They come to us for 2 to 3 weeks on average, and then our job is to get them home. We're proud to say that of the 50-plus stroke patients that have come to our hospital seeking our care, over 90% of them have gone back to their community, back home. They're out of institutionalized settings. So that's how we measure our success. Our specialty is neuro-related diagnoses, stroke being at the top of the list. Having said that, we're just a short journey in a short stay in a very long journey for stroke recovery. As Mary mentioned in her remarks, it truly takes a village to care for a life-altering condition. And that's why it's important for us to make sure that we partner with community-based organizations that are focused just on that. You know, the studies show that medical intervention only accounts for 20% of the total health of an individual. The rest, the 80%, encompasses behavioral issues, such as mentioned about smoking and drinking, and then social determinants of health. So we're not going to be successful unless we've partnered with community-based organizations such as Mary's, where we can really make an impact on the lives of this county. So it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be invited, and we look forward for a long, fruitful relationship with the communities here that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else like to speak? Well, I can tell you right now, thank you, Mary, for coming, and Richard, and appreciate everything you guys do for stroke victims. I know it's a horrible, horrible thing to happen, and appreciate everything you do. Supervisor Rickman, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. And, you know, I look forward to this every year. I mean, this is life-saving, you know, the awareness from people watching and, you know, teaching folks about the prevention, the education, you know, mostly with the symptoms. And I could be wrong. You guys are the experts. But you know, it just seems to me that you see more young people now having strokes than you never saw, rarely, you know, seen before. So getting this education, the symptoms to younger folks, and letting them know, because as you mentioned, it is reversible if caught early enough. You recognize the symptoms. So again, thank you for bringing this forward, and God bless.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Mary Nichols, my favorite Mary Nichols and the best Mary Nichols in the whole wide world. It's always a pleasure to see you, and just your advocacy. I know we give a little recognition on a day like today, but I know that just year round, you and your team and those in our departments or in the public and private sector, this is such an important issue as just the statistics alone that you share, but also the impact in a family's life into an individual. So thank you for all the work that you do. We truly appreciate it, and I mean, you have our support, so keep going. You're really an inspiration, and we're grateful for all the efforts that you've had with such profound impact. Thank you.
Supervisor Dean.
Thank you. Well, I was paying attention, Mary, until you said that Supervisor Patty and myself were going to turn 65 in 2030. We're the generation, the tail end of the baby boomers, and that kind of caught my attention. There's somebody else sitting in the audience, and I won't mention her by name, who's been advocating about diet and eating too much red meat and so forth. And I get very upset when she tells me that, but I do listen anyway, and I've been curtailing that. So thank you for what you do. I do want to get to the facility because Paul says it's phenomenal, and I haven't seen it yet. So I'd like to set that up. Thank you.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Mary, you have a beautiful soul, and we were at the public health meeting, and your story was amazing. You how long you attended on being in our community, and you've been here for how many years now? 20 years or whatever, and you've been advocating. And I think it's that lived experience again that you've taken your trauma and made a huge organization and helpful. I mean, I wish you could just wear off on people. And Richard's, your guys' hospital over there is absolutely amazing. I mean, just the top notch, brand new facility. So anybody that needs rehabilitation services, Miguel had invited me over there to go see it when they were trying to get their accreditation, and it took months. Typical bureaucracy. You have something just sitting there, with, how do you hire people and how do you get the certificate? So we tried and, lit some fire under Susan Eggman and all that and tried to, collaborate. And I think that's what it is. But it's that lived experience that you have, and that what you've done is taken that and ran. I mean, you're still running. Talk about Forrest Gump running. And I think your passion and your love for helping the community is just absolutely immense. So thank you for what you all do. Appreciate it.
Can you please join me for a photo?
Yes. So you guys are going to be in the picture?
Sorry, I was reading your little stroke card. I think I'm halfway there. Enable the thing. Needs an intervention. Walk straight.
I'm gonna step out of this. Can you just have your staff in there? You guys take pictures with him.
You want proclamation?
Here.
Come on, staff, get in here.
I'm the photographer.
This is Kim and Gina.
Thank you.
Clerk of the Board, we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our last proclamation this morning is of April 11th through the 17th, 2024, as Black Maternal Health Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Kimberly Robinson of the Reinvent South Stockton Coalition to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas in celebration of Black Maternal Health Week and in recognition of the grand opening of the Birthing Tree Community Lactation Room, we celebrate and recognize the importance of providing a transformative space that fosters service, delivery, connections to lactation professionals, doulas, and community health workers to enhance sustainable health outcomes in San Joaquin County. And whereas there is significant potential for these spaces to address challenges and foster positive outcomes for Black mothers and their infants, including maternal mortality, breastfeeding rates, and birth outcomes. And whereas the state of California, in accordance with the Maternity Care California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal, commits to reducing maternal deaths and severe morbidity by 50%, affirming equitable health care for all. And whereas collaborative efforts among governmental agencies, healthcare providers, community organizations, and advocates are vital to improving Black maternal health and breastfeeding rates in San Joaquin County. And whereas honoring this special week and celebrating the opening of the Birthing Tree Community Lactation Room is a symbol of progress, inclusion, and hope. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of April 11th through 17th, 2024 as Black Maternal Health Week in San Joaquin County and encourages everyone to unite in further advancing positive maternal and infant health outcomes for Black individuals and families in our community. Presented this 23rd day of April 2024. Chairman Villacudua.
Good morning. How are you today? Would you like to say a few words?
Is held annually in April as a week of awareness, activism, and community building aimed at amplifying the voices of Black mamas and Black birthing people, bringing visibility to Black-led maternal health initiatives, and centering the values and traditions of the reproductive and birth justice movements. Thank you for bringing awareness to Black maternal health, a critical issue that demands our urgent attention. Last year, the CDC released its findings stating that Black women and birthing people are 3 to 4 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than their white counterparts. In San Joaquin County, our Black infant mortality rate is 12.4 per 1,000 live births, with the state of California's average of 7.9. Black and African American mothers and infants are dying at a disproportionately higher rate due to preventable pregnancy-related complications. According to the CDC, over 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. These data and statistics compel us to take immediate actions through endeavors like the Birthing Tree Community Lactation Room, San Joaquin County Public Health Services Black Infant Health and Perinatal Equity Initiative, and the San Joaquin County Pathway Community Hubs, Amelia Ann Adams Whole Life Center, Village Implementing Black Equity, the VIBE program, just to name a few. As we strive for a healthier and more equitable community, it's important that we prioritize the well-being of every mother and child, especially within our Black birthing populations. Flourishing Families Incorporated, Black Women for Wellness, and the Reinvent South Stockton Coalition Black Birth Equity Initiative and partners commit to tirelessly promote a demand for comprehensive public and private insurance coverage for maternal, sexual, and reproductive health care, improving access to care across geographies and birth settings, ensuring guidance to healthcare providers, institutions, insurance companies, and related entities on providing equitable, high-quality, patient-centered, and funding research and programs that center and utilize scholarship of Black women and birthing people. Let us advocate for cultural competent care that addresses the unique need of Black birthing families, increase financial resources that support programs designed to improve birthing outcomes, proper nutrition, and mental health support. In doing so, we get closer to ensuring that every Black and birthing mother receives the appropriate care needed to have a successful birth journey. While these challenges and stats are undeniable, there is still joy to be experienced. Black mamas and birthing people have always been the guide and bridge for families, communities, movement, and waves of change. Thank you for being committed to recognizing Black Maternal Health Week. May we continue to raise awareness that health-related inequities faced by Black women and Black birthing people, especially during pregnancy and childbirth, to create a San Joaquin County where positive birth outcomes are not just an aspiration, but a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? No? We have some comments from our supervisors. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is fantastic to bring awareness to a community. I don't know what a Black birthing person is versus a Black mother. I'm a little bit confused on that one. But I know that there's maternal interests, concerns, health risks that we need to increase whatever capacity we can. But more importantly, the partnership so that a mother, an expected mother, is not alone. She not only has a community, but she should also have the engagement of the responsible parties and the family support. So that would be something I really believe we should also be promoting, so that a young lady is not by herself and making decisions out of really a lack of knowledge. So that there's support. I remember when my then wife was pregnant, and the importance of making sure there was a schedule and going to the doctors and seeing that through. So however we can promote that in our community as well is, I think, a very important factor to change that risk, so that we have healthy mothers, healthy babies, and a growing community. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, and can I just make a quick comment? So Black birthing people is being inclusive of all birthing people. And so it's being inclusive of our LGBTQ plus community.
So mothers, you're just basically expecting mothers.
Not everyone consider themselves a mother, so we're being inclusive with our language.
Okay, I'm just confused about that. I just know mothers give birth. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here and bringing awareness, to this very, very important issue. Awareness, prevention, education, as you mentioned, saves lives, and we have to take care of our moms and our babies. And congratulations on the Birthing Creek Community Lactation Room. And again, you guys are doing a great job. Please reach out to us if you need assistance. We're here to help. So again, thank you all for what you do, and God bless.
Thank you.
Supervisor Dean.
Well, I even have less awareness of this than autism or anything. Stroke, you were speaking my language. Thank you for bringing attention to the issue, because education is key. God bless.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Canepa.
So being a new grandpa, I know all about this, and we're totally supportive parents. And the sad reality is a lot of people don't have the support. The breastfeeding thing I get, because, number one, you have this kid that you know nothing about and how to deal with. And then everyone says, oh, they need the colostrum, and that's the best part to start the baby's lives. And a lot of people just start with a bottle. Mm-hmm. So I think the lactation part of it's huge, because it's very frustrating. And I'm just glad I'm not a woman, sorry, but because the stress that comes with child rearing and giving birth, and then, providing milk and pumping and all the stuff, it's important that you have people with the lived experiences once we go back to the lived experience. And so just seeing that firsthand a month ago and living it now, it's very stressful. And to have somebody like you guys so what I'm saying is, whatever help you need for us to get your word out in the community, Naja obviously has got a direct line. And I think it's important that we partner so that we can help in whichever way we can so that, what I mean? Those numbers that you just said are scary. I mean, 4% higher that's alarming. And the number for however many per thousand is alarming. And we need to do better as a society, not just for people of color, but for people who aren't getting the care that they need. So thank you for what you do, living it firsthand. It's important for people to outreach and help people that don't know how to do it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, the awareness is important, and the education, and any woman who's pregnant, and especially, with all the troubles of pregnancy and all the help they need. So thank you for coming forward, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Would you join us for a photo, please?
Yes.
We're gonna do some house cleaning real fast. So we're gonna do public comment right now, and then we're gonna do item number 1, and then we'll do consent calendar. But item number 2 is gonna be after closed session, and closed session is gonna take 1 hour. So just if you're waiting for item number 2, it's gonna be a little bit later than expected. So moving on to public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. Our first speaker today is Lauren Danielle Elias Caldwell. Colin, sorry.
I work on my penmanship. I'll work on my penmanship. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. An excerpt from the Sermon on the Plain. For a good tree bringeth not forth corrupt fruit, neither doth a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. For every tree is known by his own fruit. For a thorn man does not gather figs, nor a bramble bush gather grapes. A good man out of the goodness of his treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is good. An evil man that bringeth forth which is evil. For of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaketh. As a certified stakeholder through birth, I am here to participate in my government, to maintain all my enumerated and unenumerated rights, making no tacit agreements with any legislative mechanism, including the recent U.S. government global health security strategy. As part of this great republic, I maintain the protections from trespass under the Constitution and unadulterated Bill of Rights as a barrier to and shield to my health. I call for a board motion through Chair Villapadua to an immediate emergency work stoppage to all contracted and grant agreements with the California Department of Health and any further federal health emergency, public health emergency preparedness agreements. A medically induced fatality has been recorded through autopsy. Joa, a 7-year-old male child, was batterized by a medically malfeasant countermeasure. This treatment was created, as disclosed by Senator Ron Paul, by concealed iniquitous criminal activity by 15 federal agencies in an act of conspiratorial terrorism. This toxic chimeric biotechnology was created at UNC Chapel Hill by Ralph Barrick under the direction of Anthony Fauci and internationally with the Wuhan International Institute of Virology. This innocent victim began suffering immediately as indicated by tiredness and fever and lack of focus. By day 3, he was severely swollen, pain-ridden, and had arthritis. His body began to produce an unnatural spike protein. Discharged 10 days later, he returned for antibiotics. The child became unable to walk, his body began to self-target his healthy organs, and his brain started to bleed. At day 21, he was tortured on a ventilator with blood coming out of his body. This is a homicide of the circulatory system, and his heart was riddled with white blood clots. This is a civilization and professional culture of democide. I will not sacrifice my children nor myself on the altar of science because a bunch of nihilistic, eugenicist globalists are evil men. I please call for a motion to suspend House rules and repeal and reconsider the acceptance of the After Action Plan. Supervisors, please reject this evil. This is your inflection point. Through NIMS, you now no longer have the authority to protect us from these great evils. And I humbly call for anybody listening to please listen to Dr. Peter McCulloch, Dr. Pierre Corey, and Dr. Brian Artis for countermeasures to these inoculations. I motion to the Chair and the Board of Supervisors to maintain our local government. We consent to the goodness of your heart. We know you are good people, and we need you to be the good fruit.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Thomas.
I think this may need to go up some. Press it down. I would first like to say good morning to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Thomas. I would like to bring to your attention regarding the behaviors of your officers badge 2058, 2715, 3213. On April the 18th, they were called to Stockton Christian Academy, where my grandson attends school. My daughter Star passed away just this last November. I filed for custody for my grandson. His father has been absent for 2 years. These officers made a decision to turn my grandson over to his father with an old court order from Santa Clara County, 2019. My grandson begged and pleaded with the officers that he did not want to go with his abusive father. They told my 14-and-a-half-year-old grandson he didn't have a choice and became very aggressive with my grandson and myself. The officer badge 2058 was out of control, being loud, disrespectful, and combative. None of those officers listened to myself or my grandson. Furthermore, these 3 officers were inappropriate towards me, displaying sexual acts. Again, Stockton Police has failed, causing emotional distress on my grandson and myself. Knowing my grandson just lost his mother, they showed no empathy at all, causing trauma, placing my grandson in danger with his father. I have not spoken to my grandson in 4 days. I do have a community of people who stand behind me. I am a 65-year-old woman, and it did not take 3 officers to deal with this situation. And I want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Krista Pfizer.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, County Administrator. My name is Krista Pfizer, and today I'm here representing Prevail, our county's primary provider of sexual assault, domestic violence, and homeless youth services. In addition to all the worthy causes that you recognize today, you've previously recognized April as both Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Child Abuse Prevention Month. And while our service providers receive the proclamations, I couldn't help but think how critically important it is to recognize our team that is in the trenches and providing these services day in, day out, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So today I wanted to publicly thank our team and make you all aware of the work they are doing in our community. Last year alone, this team provided services to 813 sexual assault victims and their significant others. They responded to 71 SARTs as the only non-governmental agency part of our county sexual assault response team. They served 130 PREA clients, which are sexual assault services to those incarcerated. They met with nearly 3 dozen CSET clients who are youth identified as or at risk of being trafficked. And they advocated for more than 4 dozen child abuse and neglect victims and their non-offending parents. As needed, this team responds by phone, and they respond in the darkness of the night. They relive the unfathomable details of rape, molest, and incest over and over from hundreds of victims every year in efforts to support these victims in their healing journey. Their efforts are not always highlighted, as public recognition often goes to the higher-ups and the suits. But in my eyes, they possess one of the most honorable careers because they support people in their most vulnerable moments. Like most businesses, we do our best to support our teams, but there's truly no exchange that equates to the safety and support this team provides to victims, which positively impacts both future generations and our communities at large. So before Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Child Abuse Prevention Month end at the end of April, I want to just take a moment and thank this team and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to publicly thank them. They are professionals, they are victim advocates, and they are heroes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you. Anyone else like to speak for the board?
Good morning, Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott. I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. At the last board meeting, April 9th, 2024, concerned citizens brought forth issues before this board regarding the leadership of the ROV office during the primary election of 2024. Later within that same meeting, the board commented on, in essence, they were tired of hearing repeated blah, blah, our lips are moving, cynical comments about the ROV office and wanted to hear details. In Proverbs 29:2, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. May I remind this board, these concerned citizens, myself included, have been coming before this board every other week for 2 years, consistently to keep the topic of election integrity and transparency before this board. It's a grievance for redress. Granted, initially, the information these citizens provided was general election fraud that had been going on across the country. However, the efforts of these citizens led to a conviction in San Joaquin County's first election fraud case, Shakir Khan. Recently, these concerned citizens did bring to attention information, details regarding specific instances within our San Joaquin County election processes and procedures as they took active roles to civically engage and participate in promoting the greater good of our elections. Their passion demonstrate John F. Kennedy's quote, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." Also, the board's comments seem to want to limit their constituents, the general public, from being made aware or knowledgeable of these issues with our elections. I'll close with this quote by Thomas Jefferson. I know of no safe depositor of the ultimate powers of society, but the people themselves. And if we think them, the people, not enlightened enough to exercise their control with a wholesome discretion, freedom of choice, the remedy is not to take it from them, but to inform their discretion by education. This is the true correction of abuses of constitutional power. Thank you for your time. Have a great day, and God bless you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to come for the board? I see none. I will close public comment. We're going to go to item number 1, discussion item number 1, which is District 3 board discussion to approve a one-time donation for $7,500 from our supervisor district discretionary funds to the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Foundation for the creation of the Fallen Heroes Memorial Monument. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I know we have some representatives from the Sheriff's Department coming forward to represent this project that's overdue in our county. We have so many officers that have proudly served. We have canine officers. We have officers that have served, deputies that have served, that have given their lives in service. So having a memorial and a tribute to the great men and women that serve this community would be very fitting. And I think we have one of our representatives to share a little bit about this monument.
Yes, good morning. Through the chair, members of the board, county administrator, county council. My name is Darrell Barth. I'm a captain with the sheriff's office. Here today on behalf of the sheriff who couldn't be here, just to share with you this project. This has been going on probably since the early 90s, that our historians wanted to get something like this going. And over the last 2 years, we've spent a lot of efforts getting the project off the ground. So we are now at that point where we actually are ready with permits. We are starting to fundraise, and we believe we can get this off the ground in the next 12 months. This memorial would give us an opportunity to honor those fallen with our department, have something there on our grounds where we can have our events, our memorial, and really just honor those people who have given the ultimate sacrifice. So we're very excited to hear of your interest. The donations have started. They're coming in. We're needing about $500,000 to get this project off the ground, and we're about 1/10 of the way there as of today. So in about a month, we've raised $50,000, and with your support, with getting this out with the public, I think we can get there, and I think we can get this off the ground in the next 12 months.
And
Any questions?
Captain, the total cost of the project's about $750,000. Is that correct? You just told me earlier.
That's correct. When we first started bidding this out, we were about $750,000, and then putting it out to review and to bid, we had a very generous donor, Mid-Cal Construction, come in with the best bid, and he was able to get many subs donate their time and their efforts and take about $250,000 off that project, bringing us down from $750,000 to $500,000.
All right. Do you have I saw a miniature sample.
Can we bring that forward?
Would you please? Now's the time for sales, so now let's
not
be shy.
Yeah, I'm going to have Lieutenant Solomon bring down a 19-inch replica of the bronze statues. So we also have a beautiful rendering outside, if anybody's had a chance to look at that, that'll show you where it's going to be placed at the sheriff's office. So the rendering that's being brought down now is about a 50-pound bronze statue that'll show you what would stand on top of the pedestal at the sheriff's office. Local artist Jolie Marucci has donated, he's actually out of the Linden area, has donated his time to create this for us. It's been about a year under pictures and sculpture building and things of that nature, and we're only about 6 weeks away from the bronze statue being done at the foundry. So it will sit there and wait until we're prepared to erect the entire project.
the artist Joe Lee, he goes by, but
Yes.
Joe Lee Mucci is, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, he's absolutely fantastic, and I know him quite well. As from starting off with painting and then moving to sculptures. He's been amazing. He created the Muhammad Ali sculpture for me. It's in my office. It's a one of.
I've seen renderings.
So yeah, I really appreciate that you've stayed with the local sculptor. Something that's not on the agenda, and I think through the chair, I'd like to ask County Council, something that each supervisor, and I think for $7,500 that we're asking for today, we would get a miniature that could come to the board reception, and that would be the counties to own in perpetuity, correct?
That is correct. So with a $7,500 donation, you receive one of these statues, which will be numbered 1 through 100, authenticity papers, and then you'll also get a plaque on the back of the wall recognizing the board for their donation, challenge coins, and then, of course, all the certificates.
All right, and so for the record, I think one of those statues is about $2,500.
Yeah, so the original price was about $2,500. We have it down to about $22.50 per statue.
Okay.
So with that $7,500 donation, the board is making about $5,000 towards the project.
Got it. So this one I'm going to throw out, and again, through the chair, but for the supervisors to consider, maybe instead of $1,500 each from ours, maybe each supervisor would do $5,000. And I don't know if it probably has to be re-agendized for that amount to come from our discretionary fund. But if each supervisor is $5,000, which we have some of the funds available, and I'm not committing anybody to it, but that might be something for us to consider. And we just get one statue for the board so that none of us get a statue. It still is one to go into the reception or wherever the board may choose to display it. So I just want to bring this forward. The chair had mentioned this to me. I knew this would be something of interest for the Board of Supervisors to participate. So bring it forward. It's a discussion item. I'd love to hear from each member. Thank you.
And if you'd like, sir, I can drop to each and every one of you some literature as well, if you need to look at that later on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would click my speak button, but my thingamajigger's not working again, so.
Supervisor Ding. You'd like to comment?
What's it called, a mouse?
Mouse. Yep.
Not a, all right. First off, Ms. Brent, welcome back. I've enjoyed your videos over the weekend.
Nice to see you again.
You're recommending 5,000 per supervisor. My thing is, I'm getting ready to remove like 3 bronze statues from the restaurant. I'd love to put one up there so I can put a big $7,500 donation thing and see if I could beat you in how much money we could raise and create a little bit of a competition.
Well, here's
Is
the
that something
problem.
you're interested in?
Here's the problem, is we're using public funds
Right.
to support a public enterprise and memorial, so we could not own a statue.
Correct.
Yeah.
But you can put it on loan to different individuals so we can raise money. So you and I can go head to head and see who could raise the most money for this memorial over the next, I don't know, till November 8th or something like that?
So you're looking at it as an opportunity to publicize
Correct.
it in the community, which would be amazing. Because I think it's just as important to the community to be able to.
Come on up.
Sorry. I think it's, it's obviously something that's so near and dear to law enforcement to be able to go and honor those fallen in the line of duty, but it's also something that our community members want to have the opportunity to also pay their respects, because it's just as big of a loss to our community when we have a fallen officer. So if you could publicize the monument in the community and get the word out that we're raising these funds to be able to do this, then that would be amazing.
And I'm sorry, who's the young lady that's speaking? We haven't.
Heather Brand, Public Information Officer, San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. Okay. Other board.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Counselor, could you, on this agendized item, could you amend it or do a substitute motion or would you have to bring it back?
I think we'd have to bring it back. It's been agendized for a specific amount of $1,500. So if the preference of the board is to amend that in some manner, we'd probably re-agendize it.
Could you just amending the amount? Okay, yeah, I'll take. I thought you're just amending amount, and we could do a substitute motion to that. Yeah, true. All right. Well, thank you. No, I think it's a great idea. I mean, the faster we can get this built, the better. So I think it's a great cause. I would love to have a bronze statue out there in front so the public, when they come up here, they can check it out.
Supervisor Canada.
On my agenda, it says Tom's kicking down $7,500. So how are you backing off of this one?
No.
Yeah, it says 7,500. Just board discussion to approve a one-time donation of 7,500 from district supervisorial funds.
1,500 from each supervisor.
If you read the agenda, if you ever pay attention to what's on the agenda that we're talking about.
Came from your office, so I didn't read it.
It gives clarity.
Sorry. So, yeah, I'm for this, you know what I mean? Because people who paid the ultimate sacrifice serving in the line of duty, I think it's important. And I think it's important that we as a county support our employees. So I'm all in. So, I mean, whatever we decide to do, I'm for it, because I think it's not only good for people that are currently working, but people and their families, to show that, you know what I mean, we care about their family member and current employees. I mean, it's somewhere to build camaraderie. And I mean, it's great that you guys want to compete. So thank you, Supervisor Patty, for bringing this forward and getting it out. That's a very nice little thing. So if you can get that out and share that with us, I think we could share it. And I think you can get to that number relatively quickly. So thank you.
I think it's a great idea. Also, we're going to try to help raise some funds for you guys, and we'll bring it up on the next board agenda meeting, and we'll try to get more funds for this project. And thank you for coming today.
And Chairman, I think I can make a motion.
Yes, you can.
Mr. Chairman. So I would make a motion, and I know that it would take a while to get a replica for us to have it in each show to bring it around, but I think we might be able to utilize it and bring it around if we have a statue. What's the timeline to have a statue? Okay, so if we get one this week, then Supervisor Ding can bring it into his restaurant and raise some money. I could bring it around. We could do it. We could share it. I would make a motion and we bring this back for $25,000, $5,000 each under consent at our next board meeting. Would that work through the chair, County Council? We could do it that way, correct?
Yes, you could make that motion to agendize it for next week for that amount. That would work.
At the next board meeting?
Let me ask you a question, sir. Does it have to be 5,000? Can it be more if somebody wants to do more? I mean, there's no limit, right? I mean, Johnson?
Yeah, you can. And it's your board letter. I'm sorry, Chair. If your permission through you, it's coming out of your fund, you can put as much as you want.
Make as much as you want. Okay. The rules are set. I think we're good. We have a motion on the floor. Can we have a second?
Second.
We have a vote, please.
Okay, so for the record, Chairman, though, the motion is for $25,000, $5,000 each.
Well,
if you want to leave that
we'll
a
leave it
little bit
open.
more
That way
broad.
somebody wants to donate more.
Okay, so a minimum of $25,000.
Yes.
We'll put that in the motion.
Just to be clear, if it's on consent, if somebody wants to give more, then I'll have to pull it.
Yeah, we can actually make it an item, an agenda item. We can discuss it, and somebody wants to do more than 5,000, we can do that also.
Okay.
Great. We have a first and a second. A vote, please. Okay, the motion is approved 5-0. Thank you very much for coming this morning.
Hey, Chairman, real quick for clarification for Counselor. Do we have to, is this coming back as one agendized item, or does each office have to submit a board letter? I mean, as our chairman was saying, if somebody wants to do more, do we have to?
I think it's fine to have it as one item.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
County Council, how are we doing on closed session? Should we head out now or should we do consent calendar?
Because there's donuts.
If we could do consent calendar, we have outside counsel waiting, but presumably consent calendar will go quickly.
Okay, let's do a consent calendar.
Chairman, if we could just limit Supervisor Patty and Kenneth up to 5 minutes, we'll be at it for quick. So.
Okay, regarding consent calendar, item number 10, there's a correction. Item number 10 from ISD, the amount of the agreement between the county and the Golden State Communications should be $1,017,240.88, not $986,720. Starting from my right, would you anyone like to pull anything from the consent calendar? Supervisor Ding. No. Supervisor Campa. I'm good. Supervisor Patty.
Chairman, I'll pull item number 7.
Number 7. Supervisor Rickman.
Just a quick comment on 1.
You're going to pass?
No, just a quick comment.
Oh, number 1? Okay. Starting with number 1, District 5, approve the use of $10,000 from Supervisor District 5 funds for the Boys and Girls Club of Tracy Sports Program. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say real quick, it was a pleasure working with the Boys and Girls Club, and how important, and just iterate how important our youth sports are and activities are for our kids and students. So it's my pleasure to do this for the Boys and Girls Club and for them to keep up the good work.
Was it? Okay, great. Item number 7, General Services, approve a declaration of a county-owned property located at 2885 East Harding Way, Stockton, California, as surplus, and authorize the Director of General Services to issue a notice of availability surplus land. Good morning, Marcia.
Good morning.
And Connie.
Chairman, I wanted to pull this item. I need to get a little clarity on our process. I know that this has come to the board. We've had discussions on utilizing this, what seems to be an underutilized and kind of a blighted area of county land, a park that we might be able to do some housing, and that came from your district supervisor, so I appreciate thinking outside the box and bringing forward a housing solution and a pathway to bringing in some affordable housing in our community. Director Cunningham, walk us through this process. I'm a little bit confused why we're doing it this way.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, council, CAO. Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services. So the process is we have to do a declaration and declare the property surplus, which we're doing today. We'll have to work with the housing authority through the state for them to allow us to declare it as surplus. It's just part of the process. We're required to do a 60-day posting in which we say that the property is available. We'll send letters out to local agencies giving them the opportunity. And again, this is for low-income housing. And depending on how quickly we hear back from the housing authority and some other steps in the process, we can move things along quicker. Sometimes it takes a little longer. Right now, we're also in the process of doing what's called subdividing the parcel, because it's one big parcel right now, and we're just sectioning off 4 acres of the property. So we have we've contracted an individual to come in and do the legal description, do the markings of it. It's required that we do that. That can take 2 to 4 weeks. And then ultimately we get to the point where we look for someone of interest. And if we don't get any interest from the local agencies, then we move on to doing it, marketing it from a broader perspective, again, for low income housing.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a little bit confused, and remind me the process. When we did Victory Gardens, that was county property. And we didn't, as far as I know, we did not release that for public bid or releasing into this process. And we seem to be doing that here. And again, that's why I need a little clarity. That's why I wanted to pull this item.
So the difference between the two properties is with Victory Gardens, the county leased the property for a small amount. That was their contribution to that overall project. So we weren't actually declaring it surplus and selling it. In this particular case, we are declaring it surplus and selling the property.
So why would we sell it versus, like, what's different in one property versus another?
So in this particular situation, we don't really want to be in the housing business ourselves per se. And the parks doesn't need that property. It's associated with the parks. And, to stay away from litigations that could potentially come up and some of the other things with maintaining the property. And we don't want to, end up owning an apartment complex or a low income housing. It was decided that this was the best route based on the direction of this board.
And I appreciate that. And how is that different from Victory Gardens? Because that's a housing unit and we now lease that property to somebody for a very low rate that made it affordable. And we kind of like really pigeonholed that into a developer, a project, something that came forward to us, and it was great use of our county land. And this is, to me, this is a very similar scenario. I know we talked about this in closed session, but then after that closed session, I thought about it, I said, well, we had somebody knocking on our door with this idea, thanks to our chairman, Villaputo, bringing this forward for low-income housing. And then the discussion was, well, we don't want to have any liability, but then we do have same exact risk factor exists at Victory Gardens. So I'm a little bit confused of how we're doing that, why we're doing this.
Yeah. Through the chair, I wouldn't caution, we don't want to be divulging what was discussed in closed session.
Okay.
So the one thing I would say about the two properties is French Camp is very precious to this organization. That's where we have our sheriffs, we have our hospitals. Part of what was trying to be attempted with Victory Garden was to, let's call it, for sake of ease, a one-stop shop for our veterans. Our veterans are very dear and important to this board. So Victory Gardens was built for our veterans. The clinics out there, our intentions are to eventually move the Veterans Services Office out there. But in addition, we're doing some additional buildings in that area. And as we continue to grow as an organization, that is property that we don't want to easily give up. I don't foresee anywhere in the near future that we would ever regret giving up the acreage that's being declared today as surplus. So we would never build a county building on this property. Mm-hmm. There could be the potential in the future that we would want that property back at French Camp to do additional buildings. It really has become a prime. It's centrally located throughout San Joaquin. So I think the benefits of that property is much different than what the benefits is to the Giannone Park area property.
Understood. So if it's going to go out for opens as available for surplus land, is there contingent upon and only restricted to low-income housing?
Correct.
All right, and then let's say we receive multiple bids. That the object was to receive multiple bids?
So we do have to follow a process, right? Which, yes, we could end up with multiple bids. I can't predict what would happen. If I had to say, what does my gut say? I don't think that we'll have 20 bids. It's not going to be a response like that. But yes, the low-income housing, as you said, you know, there is interest in that property, but we'll have to see what the results of this are. We continue to market until we say, okay, we've exhausted all our means. We believe that, you know, right now there's not going to be anyone who's interested, and we would, at that point, probably stop marketing it. But we typically in the past have continued to market the property.
Understood. And yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any other way to go about this, and because I don't believe I read anywhere where it said that the sale of the property would be contingent upon low-income housing development. So I didn't see that. I think that's why I needed clarity on this. But it's kind of confusing to me of, you know, we had somebody that come through our chairman, came forward with an idea to bring in low-income housing. They are a low-income housing developer and provider. And we're going about this in a way that's like, okay, great idea. Thank you for bringing this to us. You think outside the box. You're bringing us a solution, but now you get nothing. It was a little bit odd to me, and
So
I need to get a little clarity on it.
I'm sorry, excuse me for cutting you off. So the other difference is Victory Gardens was a governmental agency, and in this case, the interested party is a nonprofit, so that's also very different than the processes and what we have to follow.
Okay, well, it doesn't change the fact that they brought it to us with an idea and a
Right.
solution for low-income housing, and then we're like, okay, great idea, and if this is the only way we have to go forward, it's the only way. We can't go forward with an RFP that includes the sale of this property is where I thought this was going. So, you know, thank you. I need a little better understanding. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from any board members? I see none. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Consent calendar is all done. Can we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
And for the record, that's moved with the amendment to consent item number 10.
That's correct.
One point of clarity. So the correction for the problem where it had Jay's name without your signature, did that get corrected?
Sandy, I can answer that.
Oh.
Yeah, ISD brought that to our attention. It turns out that there's a process of clearing a cache on the deputy clerk's computer in order for that to run properly. So Danielle and I have spoken, and what we're going to do is before we run every agenda, we're just going to do that process, regardless if there's been any changes to templates or anything.
Okay, so it's been taken care of where it's your signature instead of Jay's?
And we will update it with the correct signature for this
Okay.
agenda as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're good on the calendar. Okay, moving on. That motion approves 5-0. County Council, anything to report going into closed session?
I'm anticipating we may have a report out of closed session. My understanding is the chair's intention is to have closed session for an hour, and during that time period, we'll deal with items number one on the item number one on the closed session, which consists of addressing two outstanding litigation matters. And then my further understanding is the chair's intention is to have the second item on closed session, which is the interview for the public defender position, done at the end of today's meeting.
Yes, correct. So we'll take a 1 hour break. We should be back by 11:30. We'll break for closed session. Yes, an hour. No. We have two items that are long. Pardon me? You know what? It's You guys good? I'd like to call the meeting to order. County Council, is there anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, regarding the Salgado case, direction was given to potentially settle a suit. The terms and condition of that settlement, if it comes to pass, will be available upon request once all parties have signed off on it. The motion was made by Supervisor Canepa, seconded by Supervisor Patty, and the vote was 5-0. With respect to the Brendan versus San Joaquin matter, again, direction was given staff to potentially settle that suit. Again, the terms and conditions of that settlement, should it come to pass, will be made available upon request once all parties have signed off on it. That motion was made by Supervisor Rickman and seconded by Supervisor Ding, and the vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion. Public Works receive a presentation from the Department of Public Works regarding implementation of SB 1383 compliant collection contracts. Is Mr. Fritz Buckman here? Good morning, Mr. Tolliver. Good morning, Mr. Buckman.
Good morning, Chair Villapudo and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. The item before you is to receive a presentation regarding implementation options for SB 1383 compliant waste collection contracts and to provide directions to staff which the board deems appropriate. At this point, I'll hand over the presentation to Deputy Director David Tolliver.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As Director Buckman mentioned, we are here today to present the county's options to implement required changes in the waste hauler collection contracts to comply with Senate Bill 1383. SB 1383 was adopted in 2016 and aims to reduce short-lived climate pollutants in California. This bill mandates that organic materials be diverted from the waste stream. The California Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery, also known as CalRecycle, has mandated a 75% reduction in organics disposal and a 20% increase in edible food recovery by January 1st, 2025. The restrictive timeline given to implement SB 1383, coupled with the 3-year delay in releasing implementing regulations and hindrances presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, have made it difficult for jurisdictions to meet mandated deadlines. The entire solid waste collection system, disposal infrastructure, collection contracts, and other processes within the solid waste industry all require modifications. The waste hauler contracts date back to September 1981, when the Board of Supervisors adopted ordinance number 2887. Under this ordinance, refuse service areas in unincorporated San Joaquin County were established, and 6 exclusive contracts were awarded to 6 waste haulers for collection of residential refuse. The contracts allowed waste haulers to request that the county extend the contracts, and each extension has a term of 6 years. To date, the Board of Supervisors has approved 7 contract extensions for each franchise area, and the current contracts are set to expire on December 31st, 2025. Under the current collection system, residents have 1 cart and a small recycling bin. SB 1383 requires a 2 or 3 container collection system with 1 container dedicated to organic waste. As a result of these and other required changes, a substantial increase in garbage bills on the order of 30 to 50% is expected. CalRecycle recognizes the challenges many jurisdictions face in implementing SB 1383 requirements, especially within the prescribed timelines. The state enacted Senate Bill 619 to provide jurisdictions an opportunity to avoid noncompliance penalties by submitting a Notice of Intent to Comply, or NOIC. Many jurisdictions have NOIC documents in place to address this issue. The board approved a NOIC on February 15, 2022, that set forth the county's plan to comply with the regulations. The most significant milestone in the compliance plan is establishing SB 1383 compliant collection contracts by the summer of 2024. To meet this timeline, staff have been negotiating amended contracts with their current haulers since January. The new SB 1383 related contract provisions will require the haulers to make significant capital investments they will want to recover during the contract's remaining term. Unless we extend the agreements as part of the amendments, the haulers will want to recover on their investment in only 18 months, which will dramatically increase prices. Our plan to address this was to extend the life of the contracts by 6 years as part of the amendments and initiate a competitive selection process near the end of the contract term. At its February 27th meeting, the board expressed interest in undertaking a competitive selection process for the residential hauler contracts. There is sufficient time to conduct a selection process before the current contracts expire. However, doing so will significantly delay award of SB 1383 compliant contracts, and we will be unable to meet our currently required CalRecycle timeline. Staff's recommendation is to amend and extend the current collection contract terms for an additional 6 years. Board consideration of extension requests is contemplated in the contract language. Extensions would allow for closer adherence to our current compliance plan with CalRecycle, would keep costs lower than amending the contracts without extensions, and would complete the contract amendment process initiated with our haulers in January. If the contracts are amended and extended, our plan would be to initiate a competitive selection process near the end of the extended contract term. With that said, the scope of the contracts will have to be increased significantly to comply with SB 1383, and we understand the desire for competitive selection to help ensure our constituents are getting the best possible service and price. As we noted previously, undertaking a competitive selection process will significantly delay award of SB 1383 compliant collection contracts, and as a result, we will be unable to meet our currently required CalRecycle timeline. Based on several recent conversations our staff has had with CalRecycle staff and management, and a conversation between our state lobbyists and the governor's office, CalRecycle appears willing to reevaluate our compliance situation and work towards revised milestones for contract compliance. However, they stop short of saying they are okay with failing to meet the current timelines and would not rule out the possibility of associated penalties. So this approach does involve some degree of risk.
Chair Villaputo and board members, this concludes our presentation. Deputy Director Tolliver and I are available to answer any questions your board might have.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the board? I see one. Supervisor Patty.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Just for a bit of clarity through the chair, for the collection, when we talk about upgrading equipments and process and the recovery of and separation and such, for the collection side, what we're really talking about is collection containers. They're not having to buy special processing equipment or anything other than collection buckets, for lack of, or pails or whatever. Is that correct?
That is correct. They also, depending on the geographic area, they might be required to purchase more trucks. So going from picking up one cart in a small recycling bin to mandated to pick up 2 or 3 carts may require more trucks. Mm-hmm. So that could be a factor.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Canada.
So I just want to disclose, I've obviously talked to people from Waste Management and Kevin Basso have given us information. This is a very difficult situation because, in my district, and I mean most of this, the waste haulers and the agreements are kind of meant for outside county, right? Well, my whole district is the city of Stockton. And it's really hard for me to put this out 6 years when one person on the city side is paying a franchise fee, which I don't know why the county doesn't get, and I'm kind of curious to that. So the one thing was the franchise fees, but also the quality of service. So the county customer is paying more for less service because with the city's contract, there's street sweeping, and then they have all of the bins. So first question is, how do we do this you know what I mean? So that we don't have to wait 6 years, because now it's been brought to attention. And I appreciate the haulers and, you know what I mean, their negotiating process. And I mean, so we kind of threw a stick in it, but I don't want to wait for 6 years to fix this problem, because it's my constituents that are, you know what I mean? One side is city, one side's county. They get way better service. There's a franchise fee that, you know what I mean? So I don't know how many questions I just had in that. So for clarity wise, because I mean, that would be perfect. But for me to wait 6 years, you know what I mean? What would be the options for that? Because I understand with the landfill, that's a whole different one. And that we said, hey, we need to send both of these out. And then, so how do we do the SB 1383 and be compliant and answer my questions? Because I don't want to wait for 6 years for my constituents to get the best deal and the best services and the best containers. You know what I mean? And so another one is, I was talking with Michael Blauer from the city, and they did a thing about how all the new containers have to have the same colored lid between cities. So if you move from one city to another city, you don't get confused of which. So they said that they were collecting money on that, and a lot of those garbage cans hadn't been bought. So we also need to hold the haulers responsible for what their skin in the game is, to make sure that, you know what I mean, what we're charging taxpayers and how that works. So I don't know if that 5 questions in there. How we do this to do the SB 1383, how we keep my taxpayers happy, because if I've got a county pocket and a city pocket, how we have comparable services is huge, whether it's street sweeping or what, and how that gets negotiated. And then the other part of it is, I understand that the haulers in the county areas do have to drive you know what I mean? The density's not there. My district, the density is there. So it's probably the same, and I'm not going to name out any haulers because that's not fair, because either they're not here to defend themselves. But those, or I don't know if that's 4 or 5 concerns. And Rickman's over there rubbing his head.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
So, but I have to do this, you know what I mean? Because there's just so many questions and so many people. And I think that's the process, is that we as electeds are supposed to go out and see what people's needs are and how they need to be addressed. Because, you know what I mean? It's got to be, you know, obviously the haulers need to make money, but I need to fight for my constituents to make sure that they're getting the best deal and the best service. So. No. Can't remember. So,
like I said, I'll do my best, and you know, I'll speak first to the advantage that cities have in terms of customer proximity, resident proximity. Their fixed costs are obviously lower, fewer trucks, fewer, you know, less fuel on a route. That makes them more competitive compared to county rates. Also, a number of jurisdictions have already had 2 or 3 container systems, and so their amount of investment to ramp up to be SB 1383 is not going to be as significant as the county. If you look to so it's not unusual in other counties to have zones, so an urban zone, a rural zone, a mountain zone, but there's trade-offs with that kind of approach. Because if you look at the zones we have, and we can figure out the overall cost for a zone, but if you have a preference for one area or over another, then that total cost has to be paid. And so there's no free riders, there's no free lunches. If one area or one zone is going to have a preference, so say an urban zone in the city of Stockton, other parts of that zone in the unincorporated part of the county are going to pay the difference, pay that increased cost.
In other words, if you lower the cost in the more dense areas, you're going to raise the cost in the less dense areas. There's a trade-off there.
So I can't tell people where to live. Where you choose to live,
understood,
whether it's rural or not.
That is a policy call the board could make, to say what we want to keep the cost lower in more dense areas where the costs of collection are lower, but that will translate to higher costs of the less dense areas. But that's a policy decision the board could make. As the franchise fees that you mentioned briefly too, we could include franchise fees and maybe additional services as part of the contract, but the ratepayers pay for all those. There's a cost associated with those as well.
But what I'm saying is that in the city, you're paying for a less expensive service. Is that you're saying that they already have the carts? So I mean, you're paying less money for better service. So I mean, that's
when our zones are a mix of urban and rural areas, and we have those in probably 4 of the 5 districts. You're going to have higher costs than the cities. It's not an apples to apples comparison because they're almost exclusively higher density areas, and so they're inherently more efficient. You really can't compare them. Could we set it up differently so there are different zones for more dense and less dense areas? Yes, but that will when you lower the cost for the more dense areas, as I mentioned, you'll increase the cost for the more or the less dense areas.
Okay, so that makes it even more confusing.
Yeah, there's a trade-off. I mean, and that, as I mentioned, that's something that the board could give us direction on from a policy standpoint. But
so then on the 1383 thing, how does that work, and how long does it take them to recoup the costs? I mean, do we have numbers on that? I mean,
So our initial conversations with haulers have talked about an 8-year period for capital recovery. So we've talked about, that's why we've added the additional 6 years on top of the 18 months that we have currently on the contract to get to 7.5, perhaps 8. When the city of Stockton negotiated their contract, they did it with a 44% increase, but they also extended the term to 10 years. And so we're seeing 8 to 10 years statewide to make the investments necessary for SB 1383.
And there's a trade-off between that length of time and the effect on rates. I mean, we could theoretically amend the current hauler contracts that expire in 20 months roughly. But if you don't extend them, the haulers are going to want to recover whatever capital investment they've made in only 20 months. And that's going to spike rates enormously during that 2-year period. If you spread it out longer, there's no fixed amount of time. If you spread it out longer, it minimizes the impact on our rates.
Okay.
And to your question about how do we comply with SB 1383 on the amend and extend process that we recommended. That gets us much closer to our current timeline that on our compliance plan with Cal Recycle. But if the board feels strongly, and I understand your point about, I don't know that I can wait 6 years for us to take maybe a different approach with my particular district. If the board chooses to direct us to go out to competitive selection, we'll take that direction. We'll work with Cal Water to try to come up with a new compliance plan, and they've expressed some willingness to do that. At the same time, there's no guarantees that there wouldn't be penalties, and hopefully we could quickly come to a revised plan that's mutually agreeable. And so we're just not certain. There may be very little implication to going through with a competitive selection, or depending on how it works out, there's some uncertainty, so there's some risk. But it could work out to do competitive selection if the board feels strongly about that.
Okay, so then one quick question. So then on the business side of it, we already are partially compliant with that side of it. I had heard in my information little tour that there's 4 different haulers that do the SB 1383 for businesses. Is that true?
For commercial, yes.
For commercial?
Yes.
So how much of that of the compliance is there? I mean, is that fully compliant now? So residential's the only?
So we're rolling out our compliance strategy with the commercial haulers.
And how does that work? Can you just touch on that?
We want to work with businesses on implementing SB 1383 collection systems. So we're working with our haulers to educate the businesses in the community. And so Our role in the county is to follow up on that and audit the success of the haulers reaching out to businesses. And so we've established a information system to help with tracking. Are we totally there yet? No, it's a process that we haven't reached out to all of the commercial businesses at this point. But we're continuing to work with our haulers on meeting the requirements. So it's a process, and we've just begun the process.
Okay, so then one more question and I'll be quiet. For the contracts that you guys are negotiating now, so I guess it's been, I don't know if that was the concern. Hey, we've been working on this for a while now, and now you're pulling out the rug from underneath our feet. And everybody that is the four haulers, if they have an agreement, they send us how is that working? The red line redacted one, and then you combine all four of those different contracts into one, or does each one have their own contract? And
that's a good question. I'm glad you brought that up. That's been some of the reason why it's taken some time. We started out with a template that we felt good about, but each hauler has unique requirements or unique situations. So they are essentially very similar, but they have the nuances that we need to negotiate with each distinct hauler.
So there'll be four independent
contracts. There'll be
But
four
similar,
not one.
as similar as possible.
Yeah, right. Not one master contract, four distinct contracts. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then back when we did blow all this up, the recommendation was to go out. What's the happy medium? Bless you.
So to go out would require us to bring in an outside expert, probably in the neighborhood of about $500,000 is what it costs, and we would need to go through the process of
Developing an RFP.
Yeah, developing 4 RFPs, and actually we have 6 areas now.
Oh, for the areas, yeah.
And so we might think about collapsing them. That would be a legal process to collapse some of the areas that we currently have open. So
the zones,
right? Okay. So we have 6 refuse service areas, 6 zones, and we have contracts with 4 haulers because over time 2 of the haulers dropped out, sold their interests, and they've been combined into one contract. So we would want to officially kind of tie that loose end. That would take some time, and that would be part of a new RFP process as well.
Okay, and the total number of people we're talking is 20,000 people, right? In an unincorporated area, roughly? Is that the number that I'm hearing?
Closer to 30, maybe
30,000?
30. Mm-hmm.
Split 4 ways. I mean, not evenly 4 ways because certain districts obviously have more people.
Majority are in Area C, which is the city of Stockton. So
but there's 6 zones right now, but 4 haulers.
6 zones, 4 haulers.
So 2 of them merged into 4 of the contracts.
Correct.
So roughly in my district, how many folks are we talking? Do we know number-wise?
Around 19,000, I think.
Okay. All right. I'll stop.
If I can add just one additional point, Chair?
Sure.
The penalties and fines are not an insignificant amount. We're under the NOIC, the Notice of Intent to Comply. And so that's offered us a waiver from penalties and fees. We're subject to violations right now from $500 to $10,000 a day, and it's about a $4 million expense that we have. And unfortunately, they're retroactive, so they could go back to 2022. And so that's something I wanted the board to know.
So if we go out to competitive selection, we'll need to make every effort to stay in Cal Recycle's good graces.
All done, Supervisor Kappa? Yeah. Okay, I'm just making sure. Supervisor Ding.
Hell, I'm more confused now than commercial. We're not dealing with commercial today. That's
That's
separate
correct.
Conversation that, and just footnote, being a user, I can tell you right now, I don't care how many damn cans you put out there, because they turn into community cans. And, you wind up with residents putting garbage in my cans, and if they don't, they're going to wind up on the streets, and you guys are going to deal with it. It has to be. The only way you're going to separate this garbage is the processor. I don't, 1 can, 5, whatever. So anyway, we'll deal with that later. two big things. One is, although it's short of standards here in today's world, we have a contract right now, so we're not breaking a contract here.
We have 4 contracts in place that expire in about 20 months at the end of.
And so we're not talking about touching that date at all. This whole conversation started with the North landfill, and all of a sudden develop into recycling, and then open bid and everything else. I have 2 pressing concerns here. It's not our money, it's taxpayer money, and competition is good. And the way it works now, whether it's right or wrong, if I do my job here, I'm gonna piss everybody off this afternoon all at one time. Competition is good, and it doesn't pass the smell test to residents on the garbage contracts if they say, oh, they just keep getting renewed. However, to the haulers that already have it, I do understand. I mean, you've got the equipment, everything in place, you've got your employees you're worried about, et cetera, and keep that. And I don't know how a new hauler would compete with an existing one anyway, if the contract that is secure is in the best interest of the taxpayers now anyway. My big thing is, it seems to me like we're getting 2 choices, 20 months, throw the baby out with the bathwater, or 6 years. We can do whatever we want. I mean, we can do, or can we, an extension instead of 6 years, 2 years to get our, ducks in line, or our recyclables in line, what have you. What's our options there? I don't really care what they did in 1981. How do we make sure that at some point our taxpayers are assured, because this thing went out to bid and everybody had a chance to equally bid on it? Do we have to wait 8 years or 20 months? Can we as a board say, hey, you've got the end of the contract in 20 and we'll give you a 2-year extension?
So let me summarize the 2 main options the board has at this point. Current contracts expire at the end of 2025. If we just amended the current contracts to be SB 1383 compliant without extending the term, that will enormously spike our rates. There's no magic to the 6-year term. We've proposed that because that is the length of extension that's mentioned in the contract, and that would give the contract 8 years of life, which we think is a reasonable amount of time to spread the capital, the recouping the capital investment over. Could it be extend 2 years or 4 years rather than 6 years? That is an option as well, but that's going to, the shorter the extension is, the more of an increased effect that's going to have on the rates. The other option is to say, we're going to go out through, yes, we assume, we're assuming that haulers are going to want to recoup their capital investment over whatever the remaining term of the contract is. The other option is for the board to say, look, we think it's important in the interest of our constituents to go out to competitive selection on this. If that's what the board chooses, we'll work with Cal Recycle on a new compliance plan. But we think the reality is that will delay award of the new compliant contracts by about 18 months. So those are really the 2 sets of options the board has to move forward with the existing contracts in some way, shape, or form, extending them not at all, which we would recommend, or some amount of time, or go out to competitive selection.
Okay, and then, I'm going to wait for public comment because I'll let people that actually know what they're talking about address the board here. Why do we care if we're not in the 18 months, whether we're awarded?
Our main concern would be if the board says go out to competitive selection, is how Cal Recycle would react to that, and whether they're going to impose penalties or not for that delay in compliant contract awards.
But in reality, out of 58 counties, you really think anybody's going to be in compliance by that said date?
There are a lot of counties that are behind in compliance. Behind, I'll say in quotes. Quite a few counties and other local governments are struggling to implement SB 1383 compliance. To date, CalRecycle hasn't imposed penalties on any agencies. So I think keeping their trust and confidence that we're moving forward and progressing is key. But they haven't said they won't support that option, but they haven't also at the same time haven't said we're going to bless this and you're going to avoid penalties. We just don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Couple of quick questions, just to reiterate. So we have two choices, one RFP and the other one extend contracts, what you said, for another 6 years, so it'll be 7.5, 8 years. As you were mentioning, if we go out to the RFP, which is one of the options, then we reduce, or then we are possibly getting, where we won't be in compliance, we face fines and possible fines and penalties, correct? And then if we do the 18 months, we have to be fair and let the haulers recoup their investments that they put in. So now you're talking about increased prices, like you said, drastically, possibly drastically increased prices, rates, in order to recoup those costs, correct?
Correct. And let me clarify, if we do go out to competitive selection, I think the likely outcome with those contracts would be, as with the current contracts, 6-year terms with the board having options to approve 6-year extensions, just like the current contracts are structured.
So we change things, that we go, well, this is one of my main, like, hey, competition is good. I agree with Supervisor Ding. It usually does, the market play out and reduce costs. However, in this case, if we do go RFP, there's a really good chance, like you said, there will be a substantial increase in prices in order for the hauler to recoup their costs, correct?
To the extent our existing haulers.
Well, I guess, we got a lot of haulers here. I guess they can answer that question better than you.
There's going to be investment either way.
Right. Well, my concern is this, man, is every time, when we get our agenda, you look at SB 1383, like we're looking at now, or any kind of state, anything with an AB or SB in front of it coming from the state, they're coming after your wallets. And it's just, as a resident, just like anybody else, the cost of living in the state is out of control. And it seems like every time you turn around, you're paying another fee. You might go to the grocery store and how much you have to spend just to feed your family. And people are struggling to put gas in their car. People are struggling to get groceries. People are struggling to put their kids through school. Just everyday life to something that wasn't like this 20 years ago, and just keep on getting worse and worse and worse. So what I'm concerned about is more fees, more rates upon our taxpayers. My God, we pay enough. So I like to hear from the haulers out there, and that's what I want to hear from you. And how are we going to help our taxpayers? Yeah, we talked about helping our taxpayers with the RFP and stuff like that, but we may be doing more harm than good. So that's what I want to find out. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open public comment.
I just wanted to make one more question.
Go ahead.
So it was brought up, do we peel out my area? You like piggyback on the city of Stockton's? Can we give that zone to the city of Stockton and, piggyback off of their contract? Or, that came up in conversation, because if everyone else is in rural areas where they need to make longer, the cost is higher. You know what I mean? There's more, cost for doing the containers and upfront costs. So do we do that? Because it was an idea, hey, peel off yours and negotiate with your hauler, whoever it is, for being more competitive. And I don't know, that might be the easiest thing, obviously, for my area. And then, because like you're saying, do you make it worse for your folks because now it's status quo and we're, keeping costs lower, or do you blow it up? You know what I mean? Right. But in my case, obviously, when someone across the street is paying a different price, I want fair and equitable. Yeah. So how do we get to fair and equitable? Do we peel off my zone and negotiate that separately? I mean, and that's another option. So anyway, but we'll let folks decide. Is that a question for Ed then? Or, let people speak. Is that doable if we did do that? Because
I apologize. I was actually writing an email regarding this to my deputy.
Oh, no,
so what was the question?
No, we were just saying my zone, you know what I mean? Because it's the majority of the city of Stockton. Can we give that portion of the contract and piggyback on the city's contract? So we're not having to reinvent the wheel.
It sounds like, Fritz, maybe you can pick up on this. It sounds like you indicated earlier you could alter the zone so as to make them predominantly rural and predominantly urban. I don't know.
Yeah. And then everybody was kind of be kept whole. You know what I mean?
Within the zones, we could look at creating subzones with different densities and have different rate structure. In terms of having the city actually be the service provider in the unincorporated pockets, that's something we'd have to research. There may be LAFCO and other implications associated with that we need to vet.
Because, we're talking economies of scale, right? So if you have another 20,000 people, but I don't know if the zones are split between, I don't know how many.
Right, but there may be some legalities that need to be considered there. And then
it's a solution. It's a possible solution.
Yes.
And easier than the ones we're looking at.
Yeah, and I think if we want to consider altering the rate structure, I would recommend that if we're taking the amend and extend the contracts approach, we would recommend amending them using the current rate structure and then follow up with amendments to alter the rate structure as the board might desire, just in the interest of keeping our compliance as close as possible to what's in our plan. Mm-hmm. But that's something we could look at. That is the policy decision the board can make.
I think it's a win-win. Obviously,
And we also want to vet with council if we went with that kind of a zone approach within the franchise areas, to what extent we have the ability to treat the individual zones differently, or we want to take that same approach through all the zones. So that would take some time to work out. So if you're interested in that approach, we would recommend a follow-up amendment. Of course, if we went to competitive selection, that could all be part of the RFP process. That's what we'd want the haulers to propose on.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I have a question to throw out. So I'm just looking at some math here as it relates in particular. You have roughly 19,000 people in the city of Stockton, which is also part of, a lot of us are in the city here, whether we live or hear from people that reside here. So we've got what looks to be roughly $35 a month charges from the city of Stockton and $47 a month from the county in the same pockets of area. More density, 19,000 people. We got roughly a $3 million a year added fee with less services, and including in the city, they pay the city a franchise fee without jacking the prices higher than the county services. So it's really a false narrative that any franchise fee is going to cost county residents more money, because the city of Stockton is paying less money while paying a franchise fee to the city of Stockton. So we've got a density issue, 19,000 people. So what I'm wondering, when I hear from some of the haulers that are here, maybe the way to decipher this is, I think my very sketchy public school math is that's roughly 30% more in the city for less services. And I'm wondering if in the more rural areas, I'm wondering that in districts A, B, and E, and D, and F, if their rates are a little closer to the city rates, like within 10% or something. Because if we in the city, in the county, in the city of Stockton are paying 30% higher, in a dense area, I'm wondering if that's a deciding factor of how we can narrow down what we're putting out for an RFP as we kind of look if we're going to slice and dice this up or not. So these are just factors to consider. And this is something that you guys haven't created, this situation. We've inherited it. It's coming to us now, and this is the time. So we have to act because there's a 20-month, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 months from now, we can't drag this out and expect that a new hauler in any way, shape, or form is going to ramp up. This has to happen in now. So, I love these conversations. This is on your guys' table in front of us, but it's not like you created this. We're just having to deal with this. So I appreciate that we're trying to look at this in different ways and manners to try to really resolve. And just to Supervisor Vice Chair's point, he's got 19,000 people in his city that are paying for higher rates with less services. So, we need to fix this somewhere, somehow along the way. So throwing that out there, Chairman, I'd love to hear from some of the haulers that maybe they can give us a little dissemination of where they are coming in versus what we're noticing in the city of Stockton. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open session. Public comment. We'll have 3 minutes. If you please come forward.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Question. How does this, given the nature of the discussion, if they need longer than
Absolutely.
3 minutes, how does that?
It's my discretion. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Okay.
So he's.
I know.
So here's something that's not been discussed is it's the city rates, their commercial and residential. So the commercial is really 70% of their profit. They shifted.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was kidding. Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors, County Council, and staff. My name is Vanessa Barberis. For those of you that don't know me, I'm here from WM, which is formerly known as Waste Management. So I just wanted to get up and reiterate what staff has presented to you earlier. Consistent with what they said, we have been in negotiation for SB 1383 with the county for over 2 years now. This has been a long process, and at the county's request, we submitted our initial proposal for SB 1383 in February of 2022. County staff has hired a consultant that started negotiations with us, and a lot of work and time has gone into planning a program to provide the county with the requirements that the state has. And that's adding the recycling and organics collection for households, additional education and outreach that's required by the state, reporting and contamination monitoring that is required by the state. So, so we have, proposed those services, and we're just asking, today that the county consider allowing us to finish that. We were very close to completion before this item came up, and we ask that you allow us to bring this forward, the plan that we had submitted, rather than starting over on a multi-year process with an RFP. We've been a strong partner, WM, with the county for years, and your residential customers need stable, reliable service. And we are just requesting to bring that forward, a program that will have minimal disruption to your residents, that brings your constituents up to date with what the state requirements are on the county. And that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward?
Chairman, Steve Harum, representing Waste Management. I'd like to offer 3 observations to you this afternoon on this matter. First, I'd like to turn to the question, I don't want to wait 6 years. And I think that's a legitimate concern, and I think Supervisor Canepa provided the solution to it in his last statements before you opened the public hearing. This is a localized problem within Stockton. Stockton has all these county islands. Lodi doesn't have it, Manteca doesn't have it, Tracy doesn't have it, the other cities don't have it. It's a uniquely Stockton problem. The good news is that's a separate area. The good news is that the hauler handling the county part of Stockton and the city part of Stockton is the same entity, Republic. And I simply encourage you to direct staff to customize the area for Stockton that Republic has both for the city and county and equalize those rates. That's the way to solve the problem and not have all the unintended consequences that might come from shortening the contracts that increases the price as you amortize it, or get into an RFP and run into 1383 problem. It's a customized, localized problem that can be fixed simply by equalizing the rates between the city and county people, because the rates don't work. These are county rates where you're expecting the trucks have to travel a great period of time. It doesn't fit to an urban situation like this, and it makes sense to have those rates looked at differently within that one area. And I would simply instruct the staff to customize the contract to deal with that particular issue. And then you don't have to deal with the other parts of the area which are not affected by that and don't have that problem. You know, don't overfix a problem you don't have to and create unintended consequences. My second point to you would be to take into account the 1983 problem. You know, the haulers are going to have to buy a massive amount of equipment to satisfy 1983. They're entitled to have those costs returned to them and amortized. And the math is pretty simple. If you do it over 2 years, the rates are going to go way up. If it's 6 or 8 years, the rates are going to be more stable. So the question is, how much do you want the rates to go up to your taxpayers during this period of time? If it's a 20-month period, it's going to be a huge increase. And you don't have to do it because it's a localized problem within the city of Stockton. Why should the other county residents have to deal with that with the huge increased rates? So you have a 1983 problem that you can avoid simply by customizing it. Third, I want to talk about fairness to the private sector. As a former Stockton Chamber president, now many, many years ago, I was pleased to hear the comments you all made about the importance of the private sector this morning during the Chamber presentation. Keep in mind, these haulers have all worked for 2 years in good faith with the county to come up with renewed contracts. And now at the end of it, and they put time and money into it. And now at the end of the period, to be talking about an RFP, frankly, is unfair, is uncertain, and creates instability in the relationship between people dealing with their government. But also, just don't worry about the haulers. All of these haulers have a number of employees, and every single one of those employees are going to be affected by a decision if you go to an RFP immediately. They don't know if they're going to have a job in 20 months. And they're going to be concerned about that as they plan for their family and their future, and to drop that on them is extremely unfair at this particular time. So the best answer simply is to proceed immediately and tell staff to customize the Stockton contract and have the other contracts go forward, and then deal with this at the end of this 8-year period. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk of the Board, we have 5 minutes on the clock now for future. Thank you. If you'd like to continue, go ahead, Mr. Aram.
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come before the board and speak?
Oh, there he is. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Basso. I'm a lifelong resident of San Joaquin County, city of Stockton. And for the last 30 years, I've spent my professional career in the solid waste arena right here in San Joaquin County. A lot to digest here, but let's start with competition's a good thing. Competition enhances services and drives price down. Competition is great for the county residents. It's good for business. It's good business practice. Most businesses, and certainly I work for a national waste hauler, you know, we have our vendors compete on a routine basis to keep them as our vendors. So it is a necessary thing to drive price down, and we all know that. I'm going to go off my script just because a lot happening here. Talked about the city of Stockton rates are 20 to 40% higher today than the pockets of call it Area C. And that's with a lot less services. And we heard from staff saying they expect rates for 1383 compliance to go up 20 to 50% of where they're at today. So that's going to put those numbers almost probably double of what you see in the city of Stockton versus San Joaquin County, at least Area C, as we talk about. So there is, going back to the apples for apples, the tough thing in this whole comparison is you don't get apples for apples. City of Stockton has franchise fees, street sweepings. County doesn't have those things. That's another reason after 43 years where we've got to look at this from a competitive standpoint, because you will not know if you have the best price until competition steps in. It's been 43 years of contract renegotiations, extensions, 7 times. And it's time to take a look elsewhere. And I hear, the comments of, the other areas aren't, they're very rural and they don't have the density. And Mr. Harum just touched on it, and possibly could you carve those off, move forward. One of the things discussed was, if you implemented 1383 in the residential franchise right now for a 20-month window, that doesn't make sense. You can't do it for 20 months. So, my position is you go out to RFP, you have time, you're in a unique position today to go out to an RFP and have enough time to do that process and, if necessary, transition to a new hauler. You have those 20 months. That window closes really fast, really rapidly after today, because there is a fair amount of lead time to get there. So, of course, I'm a proponent of going out to the RFP. But could you, as discussed, narrow that down to a certain area that really needs to be addressed? Possibly. So, I'm sorry, I've lost a little bit of my thought. But regarding 1383, this bill has many parts. The overall theme, of course, is to reduce organics going into the waste stream. There are a lot of things that can happen today without capital investment in the residential contracts. Education to all the businesses, education to all the households, implementation of commercial programs to all the businesses. There are 4 haulers that collect in the unincorporated pockets. We have some big facilities, call it the Lincoln Centers, the country club areas, that we can be putting into place now. 1383 programs certainly show a path to good faith and a path to full compliance with the state. 1383, and I tell you, you could rest assured in 2025 there's going to be many jurisdictions still working on all the many facets of 1383 to put those in place. So going out to RFP globally or even locally to one area is going to prevent, call it residential organic carts at every home in that area until after the RFP. I get that, and that's going to happen sometime later than 2025 goal. But, I think we owe it to our citizens to fix a wrong here, and the wrong is simply the prices are out of whack, and they're out of whack in the density areas that we've talked about. So I hope that makes sense. I appreciate your time. Any questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Basso? I see none, thank you. Anyone else would like to come forward?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tom Sanchez. I'm with Waste Management. All the points up here, I understand them all. I've also been in the business a long time, and I'm not a proponent of the RFP. I do agree with some of the things that Steve Harum said about there's another way to solve this problem, just direct negotiations for the Stockton issue, or the Stockton the difference in the county rates and the city rates within Stockton. There is a little confusion. I was trying to pull it up. They keep talking about Stockton rates being lower than county rates. The services are definitely different, but I'm a little confused because I believe the rates in Stockton are higher than the county rates. But we'll try to pull that information up here real quick here. We're trying to now. But that's the one confusion. And there's a lot of confusion going on here. We're talking about a residential contract. Mr. Basso brought up some commercial information. Well, we're talking about a residential contract. We're not talking about adding in the commercial containers. There is no enforcement for doing the commercials. Yeah, it is part of 1383, but that's a whole different matter than what we're talking about today. We're talking about a residential contract in a rural unincorporated area. And the unincorporated area also sits in the middle of Stockton. One second. Okay, show it to me. Show it to me. Okay, show me Stockton. Yeah, we show today here. We show the Stockton rates at the base service is it's $45.78. In San Joaquin County, in the mandatory San Joaquin County, it's $45.70. It's almost equal. And if you go different sizes, you'll see different sizes of a 36.814 for a 35 and a 33.38 in the county, which is less than or equal to. At the end of the day, the rates are real similar. They're not higher. And remember, there is no apples to apples comparison here. So they're so different. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say here is that one, it's a residential contract we're talking about. You can talk all day long about commercial, but that's an uncontrolled rate. Industrial is all uncontrolled. You can give an industrial customer a free bin all you want. There's no one there to control that. You can go over there and charge 100 times the value. There is no one overseeing that rate. That's just a business move. So let's just try to stick to the residential. That's all I'm saying, the residential information. And we're talking about 1383, that's what we can control. New trucks, new carts, new information, monitoring systems, and all the things that go along with it. So anyway, I guess that's, do you have any questions?
Supervisor Patty. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think so right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come for the board?
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Storchon with Tracy Delta Disposal. We currently service what is Area F of San Joaquin County. We service just under 2,000 customers. Currently, there's a whole menu of services that are available for the customers. Obviously, the 3-cart system is not one of them at this time, but we are consistent with the surrounding areas. I hear a lot of the problem is the rates are the problems. Maybe something that should be considered with these contract extensions is a rate review where you look at all the rates throughout the county for similar services. And that's obviously part of the negotiations with the county is trying to make the services consistent throughout the county. Yes, there is certain pockets and areas that have some different, problems. Area F being one of them, where all the material from Area F goes through a specific facility under contract because the city of Tracy has guaranteed that waste to San Joaquin County. Currently, we're paying the county just under $600,000 a month in tip fees, and we are traveling farther than any of the other companies to get to the landfill. So, one would think that ours would be more out of line than anybody else's because we have the longest travel. We're 48 miles one way, so our transfer trucks are, they're a 2.5-hour turnaround to come back to the facility in Tracy. But one thing that I didn't hear throughout all the conversation was maybe instead of an RFP, maybe do a rate review. And through the negotiations of the contract extensions, those rates can be, brought in line. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
I have a quick
We have a
question.
question, sir. I think we'll start with Supervisor Patty.
Question. Thank you. Question for you. In the service area, and you said predominantly Tracy, correct?
Yes.
How similar in rates are you with the city of Tracy? Are you within 5%, 10%, 25%?
We've already implemented the three-cart system in the city of Tracy. So the city of Tracy, 3 years ago, did a 5-year rate model. And in that rate model, there was traffic impact fees and there was franchise fees. There was a whole bunch of other things that were added to it. So the city of Tracy's rate is actually higher than our county customers. But keep in mind, the three-cart system is not offered to the county customers at this time, other than commercial. Commercial
Right.
has all the services available, but the county dictates what services we're allowed to provide, and they actually set the rates. So I don't, when we get to the rate problem, I don't know why that can't be addressed during the contract extension. You have similar services that you're going to provide, so one would think that, with the unique sections of the county that, have their problems, those could be addressed on an individual basis, maybe.
So question for you then. Before the rates for the city were negotiated for the three-cart, you said now the city is higher than the county fees, which I'll get a little bit of clarity on this because I believe our county fees are higher than the city fees right now, and the city in Stockton, we're talking in particular, charges less. So I'll get a little clarity on that. But prior to that renegotiation, was the county fees on par?
Yes.
Or were the county fees 20 to 40% higher?
Well, in the city of Tracy, we had the three-cart system for many years. So the city of Tracy had always been a little bit higher than the county because the county typically is just a one-container service. Sure. And then if they want additional services, those are available, but those have to be approved by the county.
But that's such a deciding factor of our conversation because here we have the county services is one cart, and we're paying higher. Our customers, the people we represent in the city, the customers are paying higher for one cart than the city customers for three carts that are paying less. So I appreciate that you guys seem to have had a pretty fair balance on the rates of what you were doing for your region that you were serving. And I want to really just, I think this is the heart of Vice Chair Canepa's discussion and concern for the constituents we represent. And so I just want to get a little clarity from you. Thanks for giving us that to us.
Typically when you're going to, provide additional services, you're going to do a rate review within the surrounding areas. Obviously, the closer you get to the Bay Area, the higher the prices for labor and everything else. So, but I mean, I think that would be a definite option to, other than an RFP, is maybe just do a rate review and maybe align the rates along with the services.
Understood. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
One more quick question.
We have Sir Wolfast, Supervisor Rickman.
Looking at the two options, and hey, there may be two more options, who knows after this, but extending the residential waste hauler contract versus the RFP, if we went with the RFP, what would it do to the rates? I mean, you guys already put capital in to try to comply with SB 1383, so would you have to substantially increase your rates in order to recover that cost? Because you never know, you might not get the contract in 18 months.
Well, through the negotiations over the past couple of years, being a good partner with the county for many, many years, we took it upon ourselves because of the supply chain shortages. We ordered trucks, we ordered carts. We're ready to roll those programs out and get the county in Area F compliant immediately. I mean, everything's in inventory, ready to go. We've hired train drivers because there was some targeted start dates. First it was January, then it got pushed to July, and now we're, crossing the bridge of possibly delaying that even further. And but it was something that we did as a good partner with the county, and we'd like to see it extended and maybe more consideration to realigning the services and the rates.
But what my question though is, and I appreciate your answer, but my question, and if it doesn't get extended, if you have 18 months, what would it do to the rates?
And we had to implement the 3-cart system?
Well, in order to keep, because just think in 18 months, you don't know if you're going to, if you go out to RFP, okay, and then you don't know you're going to get that contract or not. So you won't be able to recover your costs. So, hey, I don't own a small business. So what would you do in order to recover your costs? Would you have to bump up your rates in order to guarantee that you guys recoup that?
If we were going to provide the service, then yes, we would have, that short term, as they talked, try to recover that.
So it would be a pretty sizable bump, I would assume.
That's correct.
Okay, that's just what I wanted to know. So thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Dean.
And I do, something else I want to talk about is this other consultant supposedly the county's had that's been in negotiations, but I'll come back to that. Right now, we're being held hostage by this 1383. Everything we're talking about, if this happens, if we go to all electric cars by 2028 in the state of California, everything else. I'm just wondering, if we went out to an RFP, I think I'm in the minority, so I'm going to argue the point strongly. If we went out to a complete RFP, wouldn't that put us in a bit better position to argue with Cal Recycle that, look, we're going out to competitive bid so that we can make sure that we fully implement 1383 and get best rates for our customers? Wouldn't that put us in a better position? Not that, half the counties are going to be in compliance in 4 or 5 years anyway. So I'll start with that.
Well, I think Cal Recycle would support the notion of us trying to get the best service and rates for our customer. However, the way they're looking at it is it would be a delay in the compliance timeline, which they're concerned about. Will they work with us? I think they will, but there's some uncertainty and risk about how accepting they're going to be of that delay. So I think they would be supportive of us trying to, if the board is really interested in pursuing, the best service and rates for its customers, I think they'd be understanding, but exactly how they're going to react to the delay and whether we can work out a mutually agreeable adjusted compliance plan, it remains to be seen.
I'll add one thing. As far as the RFP, we heard numbers of, $500 million. The ones that we've been involved in, I would suspect to do those 6 districts, it would be more than that. And typically, this is funded out of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, which basically that revenue is generated from tip fees at the landfill. So if we turn around, we spend $1 million on that, then what does that do to the tip fee, to the current customers out there, and is that money going to be recovered?
Sorry, good faith here. And let's say all of a sudden I decide I want to get the garbage. I think I'm just, everything needs to be put out for competition. I think it's good. And does our garbage contracts pass the smell test? That's the bottom line with the constituents. Well, let's say all of a sudden I wanted to go in the garbage business. I have to buy all the trucks, buy the equipment. We're going after best qualified bid. I don't know how anybody's going to compete with the existing contracts, to be honest with you, but I think they should be allowed to. And then we look at, my gosh, you've got 35 years of service. You've got all the equipment. You've acted in good faith. But at the same time, I think, whether it's a smaller waste management firm, what have you, in order to pass the smell test, you have to put it out to bid. I mean, I was actually shocked that this thing has never been put out to bid since I was 5, right? We'll leave it at that. So anyway, and the other thing that came to light, I was a little taken back to find out that the county has been, that there was a how many consultants have we been through with? Never mind, you don't have to answer that. I'm just dragging this out. I've got a site on the side of full competition here.
So just one of the things. So franchise fee, because that's what we're talking about. We compared city to county fees. What is it? What does it mean? Why don't we have it? That's the first question. So then the thing, and Tom got up and spoke to it about the bins. So that apples to apples comparison doesn't affect, because across the street, there's 3 bins in the city areas. And then the other thing is, it's absolutely annoying because the county picks up the leaves. And so some of those leaves sit in the gutters for 2 weeks waiting for, when does they do that? So the cart thing will help in my district, so that one side of the street doesn't have a mound of 10 feet of leaves in their front yard, as opposed to the person across the street that has to put it in green waste. So I don't know what that whole part of Public Works cost us for those trucks and dump trucks and everybody to go pick up the leaves. So there's 3 questions for you. What is the franchise fee? How much usually is it? The bins comparison, you know what I mean? So if we did do a carve off saying, hey, fix mine, because I want what's best for the county. I also want what's best for my taxpayers that elected me to be up here and fight on their behalf. And then the street sweeping part is another service that we're talking apples to apples. So, and I called Harry Black this morning. He was going to get me the numbers, but he hadn't texted to me for what the franchise fee. It's just hard when we get this, because I didn't know, and I was wondering why these people, I get it on Friday and I got to decide by Tuesday. And it doesn't give a whole lot of time to contact you guys when days are busy and meeting and doing other things. So not to complain, because I love my job, but I also, need to do what's best for the folks that got me up here. So I'll leave it at that. But there's the 3 questions: franchise fee, bins, street sweeping, and what that cost is for us to go out and pick up. I get it in unincorporated areas, but if we had the bins in the city, zone, whatever I'm in, then it would alleviate a lot of work from the county. So, and then leave the rural areas where you have to go pick up their stuff. So I get so. Please and thank you.
So in order, franchise fee, it's a fee that's usually a percentage of the contract that the hauler or the collector would pay the city or the jurisdiction. And the jurisdiction is free to use it for, in our case, if we had a franchise fee, we would use it to pay for regulatory issues for SB 1383 compliance. So I mentioned software. I mentioned additional staff I haven't mentioned additional staff, but we've required additional staff to be added to help with compliance. We haven't had a franchise fee because that's usually a fee that's passed on to the resident, the customer. And so when we go back to 1981, when the contracts were established, there wasn't a franchise fee. But if you looked at most modern contracts in other jurisdictions, there'll be a franchise fee associated with them. And so franchise fee also triggers Prop 218. It's part of the law, and county council can opine on that. And also that's why in general, or at least historically, we've stepped away from that. Yeah.
I'll just quickly note the ratepayer pays in either case, whether it's through rates or through a franchise fee, the ratepayer pays.
Right. Well, I get that. But when we're comparing the rates here, and it's 45 and 45, there's a franchise fee that would lower that cost so that it goes back to the city, and it's a benefit to the city for their general fund or public works.
Yeah,
correct.
Whatever it's used for, right?
Correct. Street sweeping, we currently have a street sweeping program. I don't have how much it costs for us to street sweep, but I can follow up with you on that item and how much we're doing in the city jurisdiction.
But the ratepayers do not pay for that service, correct?
The ratepayers do not pay for that service. That comes out of our road maintenance fund.
Okay.
And so that's a separate. It's independent of residential hauler contracts.
But if you have service issues associated with that service, we're happy to address those with you.
No,
too.
the leaf pickup. So
right,
that would alleviate. We wouldn't have to do leaf pickup if you had the containers.
Chairman, can I do a point of order?
Right.
Pardon me?
Yep. Can I do a point of order?
Yes.
This is public comment. If the board has questions to staff, it'll come back to the board.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
So then, my question to you then. So then, who mandates your truck to go 2.5 hours? That just seems absolutely crazy to go to a landfill out in Harney.
We go out Foothill.
Foothill. Okay. Okay.
And that's directed by the county.
Okay, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to address the board? I see none. I'm going to close. Oh, we have one more. Come on down.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Vaccarezza. I live at 999 East Turner Road in Lodi. I'm a commercial hauler for the county, and we have our permits in place with San Joaquin County for commercial collection. I've been involved in the waste business here in San Joaquin County for probably over the last 50 years, and understand the history of this contract and how it came about. So you started off your meeting tonight about with a lot of small businesses up here, and back in the day they were all small businesses. They were family businesses, and there still are some family businesses here in the county. Mine being one of them, the Rapidos and the Jiltons as well. And when I look at over time how this county has grown and how those contracts came to be, we're talking about going back 50 and 60 years in companies that just had territories. They were all pieced together. You know, I think that there is a time when you step back and look at the whole plan as a set of parts and pieces. But at the same time, you've got these rural areas that, you know, you're very fortunate to have Rapido, who will go out all the way to the other side of Mountain House and take care of what's going on over there. And Jilton's out in Farmington, where nobody wants to go. I don't want to take my commercial trucks out there. It's too far to go. So my suggestion is that, you know, you've got these two guys. These guys put their money up. They put their money where their mouth is. You better take care of them. You know, they put their money up. They're ready to go. I'll tell you this, Republic Waste Management, they got a commitment to the city of Stockton that's 2 years old to get those carts on the street. They have not lived up to their commitment. Are they going to live up to your commitment with this 1383, or are they going to stall you again and ask you for another extension? Because these guys did the work, and I can guarantee you Chilton did the work. And I'll tell you what, if Waste Management or Republic has the opportunity, or you give me the opportunity to bid against them, look out, baby, we're coming after you. Okay, competition is good, but you also got people who put the money where their mouth is, and you got to figure it out how to take care of these guys over here. And Jilton, the guys that stepped up, didn't wait, put their money up, and they're ready to go. So I'm also interested in, if anything does fall out and there's collateral damage here, I'll pick it up. And there's a lot of other haulers out there that would do the same. But I think you got two fine haulers out there and these small guys, and you got to take care of them.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the board? I see none. I will close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Any board member like to make any final comments?
Just to finish my question is what was there was
Supervisor Canova.
to the pickup of the refuse and how does that work? Who pays for that? The front loader that comes and picks up the leaves in our non-county pockets for the 19,000 people that
road fund.
So it's the road fund pays for that. Yes. For the street sweeping. Yes.
So is that taken into consideration, the savings that we would save there, or no?
No, that's not a service that's offered through the residential hauler contracts. That's a separate independent service offered through Public Works.
Okay, and then we just had the grant in the last meeting that we approved. So what is that doing? That was part of the consultant, and that was part of the part to be compliant. So it's $450,000 or something like that. That we
Correct. Correct. 100,000 was for environmental health compliance efforts, and the balance of that is going to be used to pay for information software that I had mentioned, and then staff time to implement SB 1383.
Okay, so then for me, and I respect that gentleman that just got up, because these folks are doing that, and they're doing outside areas, longer hauls to the dump. You know what I mean? So it's not apples to apples comparison. So, and I get it that we need to have one uniform policy, but my uniform policy is not working. So for my constituents, I'm not happy with it. And so, I mean, I'll vote no on this. I mean, if it's a matter of, you know, going out or staying in or renegotiating. I mean, I'm not going out 6 years for this. I mean, there's no way that I'm doing that for my constituents when it's not fair and equitable. So that's where I'm at.
Through the chair, if there's maybe a middle ground option that we talked about briefly before too. If you go with an amend and extend, if we get direction to work out what a multi-zonal rate would work, or work out a multi-zonal rate for one or more of the franchise areas, we can do that. But we would recommend coming back, after the contracts are amended initially for SB 1383 compliance, and come back with subsequent amendments, so we don't alter our compliance timeline so much. But we could come back separately with different rate proposals after the contracts are extended.
Well, that's the problem, because if they're going to have an upfront cost, like this gentleman just said, I've done it early. You know what I mean? And it's not fair to him, like he said. And that was the concern that I talked about, Michael Blauer, is that they've been charging everybody for these rates and they haven't gotten the new containers. $1.60 a month. And I'm talking the city of Stockton. So, I mean, because that's where I came from. And so that's my expertise. And that's the folks that I was elected to represent. So, I mean, it's not apples to apples. So, I mean, what's good for Rickman and Ding might not be good for Paul Canepa. So I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you both again for being here. I mean, prior to the meetings and taking my phone calls and answering some of these questions. But first of all, I don't know what's going on in Supervisor Canepa's district. I mean, he's more he has more privity in that area than I do. So I take his word at that, since it is his district. But again, the reason we're here, the reason we're been talking here for an hour and a half almost, and dealing with this issue again, and it seems like it occurs more frequently, is because of the state. We're dealing with SB 1383, the compliance plan, that we don't have an option, that we have to comply with it. So there's been talk of put it out to bid. Well, it is the RFP, and again, I agree wholeheartedly. Competition is good. I'm all for competition, but there is a wrench in this thing. It's again SB 1383, as you heard from the gentleman over there from Delta Disposal spoke. They have spent, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars on new equipment to comply with this, and so they're in it for quite a few dollars. So, and you talk about fairness. How fair would it be for us to take their contract away from them in a short period of time after they, put all that money into it? So, common sense would dictate, if I was a business owner and I put all this money into my business, and then, my customer is going to pull out of it, I'm going to try to recoup as much cost as I can. And how do you do that? You jack up your rates. You increase your rates. And, we can talk about, competition. I was going to, supposedly reduce the burden or reduce fees and costs, but in this case it doesn't. I mean, it has the possibility to do the exact opposite. As I mentioned before, one of the things that I'm looking at, I look at every time that comes across my desk, is how they're going to affect our families. Again, our middle class, or everybody is just being burdened by increased fees and taxes, and many of this comes from the state. And it's unfortunate, because when somebody sees their garbage rate or their water rates or whatever rate it is, their electricity rates, we just fought a big battle with PG&E, go up. They look at their local government, be it the city or the county, and blame us. When it's not us, it's these folks sitting up in the Capitol in Washington, in which, they're, I don't know what, out of touch. Some of them, not all of them. We have some good folks up there. But I'm not willing to place more of a burden on our residents and increase their rates, increase the prices that they pay for garbage, when they can't fill up their gas tanks, or having trouble filling up their gas tanks to get to work, when they're having trouble spending their money at the grocery store to feed their family, and on top of that, paying their outrageous PG&E bills and paying their house payment or apartment. I'm not going to do it. And then you have the other issue of compliance. If we don't comply, it may, we may be able to talk to Cal Recycle and say, hey, this is what we're doing. We have all the best intentions, and so on. Would you give us a break? Would you, hold off on the fines and the penalties that might occur? What if they say no? So there's no guarantee on that either. Again, then the burden goes right back onto our taxpayers. You know, one of the big issues in this state is to reduce the cost of living for working families. And I think if we go with the RFP as it is proposed right now, we're not doing that. We're not reducing the cost of living. We're actually placing a bigger burden. So, I mean, hey, do I like an RFP? I do. I mean, I think it should, on the next round, after the folks recoup their costs, we can go out to an RFP. But at this time, I don't think it's the right move to do to our taxpayers. And I would like to look at it again once this contract, whatever, the 6-year contract. And, you know, and I do agree why we haven't had a RFP in 40 years or whatever it may be. I don't think that's right. I don't think there's no transparency in that. So yeah, I'd like to see that in the future, but not at this time. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Dane.
No, and as Supervisor Rickman, no, it's not right. I do think they're not going to implement this thing on time. And you're right, we can't, you know, the what ifs are out there. I seriously think for those companies, you got to remember that when if we put this out to an RFP, it's going to come back to the board. We're looking for the most, you know, the lowest qualified bid. And I don't know how you compete with somebody who's already got the equipment, the trucks and everything. But, you know, hell, if you know, Vacareza can come in here and prove me wrong and come in and say, you know, look what I can do for this price, this service, and it opens his eyes. On behalf of the taxpayers, we got to do that. So I'm probably in the minority here, but I think we need to put it out to bid.
Thank you, Chairman. First off, I appreciate the local vendors coming and establishing how they've worked with the city and they've stayed in continuity. I mean, when you really think about it, you guys are charging less money because you're performing slightly less services. We've got a situation where we have a city contract with a large corporation that doesn't have a relationship that's not embedded in our community. And they're charging more money for less services, exactly the opposite of what a local vendor is doing. And that's, I think, the problem for our vice chair, myself, and all the rest of us. I'd like to, through the chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Basso to come forward because when he spoke, he said there's a price difference in the city of Stockton, Zone C. I believe it's Zone C. That's a 20 to 40% difference. And then we've heard from Mr. Sanchez, they brought up something on a handheld that said it was basically within 50 cents difference. Where's the 20 to 40% versus the 20 or 40 cents difference?
Thank you. The rate, when you compare the basic rate, the 30-60 gallon rate in the city of Stockton, one thing you need to do is just not look at it on the surface. If you look at those rates as they're published, as Tom said, the city rate's higher. But the city rate has 23.5% taxes, franchise fee in there. So for every dollar that is billed to the city residents, 76.5 cents falls to the hauler. For every dollar that's billed to the county resident, $1 falls to the hauler. So that's how the city rate is so drastically lower. The resident pays a little bit more, but it's really what do you get for that and what are you giving to your vendor? And that's where you've got to look. So I'll give you an example. The 30-gallon rate, less franchise fee, less AB 939 fee, which is 23.5% total. The 30-gallon rate in the city of Stockton is $27.65. In the county, the 30-gallon rate is $33, difference of 19%, $5.35. And then if you go to the 90-gallon rate, the difference is $19 or 44% difference. Higher in the county and in the county for much less service. Less trash service, less recycling service. less recycling service, less organic service, and no street sweeping. And street sweeping is provided to the city of Stockton residents from the two major haulers, included in that lower rate. They sweep the streets. So in the county, Public Works has a separate entity that sweeps the streets, and that is an additional cost that's not in that $33. That's more money, of course. So it's less services for more money.
Thank you, Mr. Basso. So I'm going to float out something to the board to consider, and just, we have an open forum here. But if your current rates, if we were to look at this as where do we or how do we select it, and through the chair to county council, let me know if this is legal that we do. But if your current rates are higher, than for less services, then you're subject to an RFP. If your rates are as our local Tracy haulers exemplified, their rates are comparative to the services that they're offering. As demonstrated by Mr. Basso just now, our county residents in Zone C are paying more money for less service. That is I think that's the heart of the argument for all of us. And if you guys have a little sidebar over here, but I'm trying to float something out to us to see if we're going to, if we have an idea.
It's a price survey. You want a price survey. That's what they asked for. That's what they said.
Yeah. So, no, but when I'm going further, I'm willing to put out, give direction to staff that if your zone that you service, if your current rates are higher for less services, then your zone is going to be subject to an RFP. I think it's pretty simple. And it looks like the zones that are higher, the zone that's higher is the large corporation with the highest density and the biggest population of some 19,000 people. And your constituents are paying for a lot more money for a lot less service.
Just real quick, can I speak real second?
Sure, absolutely.
That's what I thought was one of the solutions, was a price survey, right, to that effect.
A price survey, if there's a disparity like that, if our citizens have been taken advantage of, then you're subject to an RFP in that district. I'm floating that out there. I think that's a solution. We can move that forward. It's a real simple survey, and if you have been charging more money for less service, then it would be fair to go to an RFP in that zone. If, as these gentlemen have demonstrated, the service that they are is like, no, we charge less because we're performing less, and it'll equalize at some point when we have to go to the 3-cart. I think that's a very fair disparity that's showing the separation of this argument.
Oh, good.
So that's the direction I would give. I'd like to hear from any other board member if they support that. Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Point of clarification.
Yes.
If Supervisor Patty, with respect to your proposal, when you say a provider who is charging more for fewer services should be subject to an RFP, when you're considering whether they charge more or less, are you taking into consideration the franchise fee? Because if I understood correctly, the numbers provided where the city was charging less and providing more services was excluding the cost of the franchise fee, if I understood correctly the gentleman who spoke just a moment ago.
Yeah, that would be correct. Separate from that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Just two things. What about a rate review? I mean, would that suffice? Or, I think Supervisor Canapum just mentioned that. Or what about, it just seems like the argument we're having is about one entity or whatever it may be here in Stockton. And then it's affecting the whole entire county. And, especially in my district, of course, I'm District 5, so, I'm looking out for my folks. It's pretty much, if you're having a problem in Stockton, deal with it, leave my district alone. It's that simple. I don't want my residents being their fees raised because of issues 30 miles away. So could you carve out, is there a possibility? Again, this is what I'm thinking. Yeah, we carve out, deal with Stockton, leave everybody else alone, kind of thing.
Is that question through?
That's for you,
Yeah,
Counselor.
what I'm hearing, and you guys, right now, we're not making definitive decisions, but you guys are potentially giving direction. The things I've heard you could potentially give direction on are, number one, look into equalizing the fees. I think the term used was a rate review in the Stockton area. And my understanding from what's been said is that area is being serviced by Republic. And the concern I've heard is that you have pockets within the Stockton region which are county, and they're being charged more than somebody who lives across the street who's in Stockton Incorporated. And so one of the potential things you could direct staff to do is to look into the possibility of trying to equalize those fees with a rate review. So that's number one. Number two, I've heard you may want to direct staff to look into an RFP and how it would affect, number one, rates to recover, or how it would affect rates to recover capital outlays, and number two, being potentially fined by Cal Recycle if the delay in implementing SB 1383 resulted. So that's the number two thing you could potentially direct staff to look into. Alternatively, you just direct staff to do an RFP for something. So that's the second option. And then the third thing I've heard potentially you give direction to staff on is to look into adjusting the zones either now or upon expiration of the contracts in 20 months. If it looks like we're not intending to do an RFP. So instead of doing an RFP, you could look at adjusting the zones so as to bring some type of consistency within the zones in terms of, rural areas being charged the same regardless if they're having everybody in a similar situation being charged similar rates. So that's kind of my long way of answering your question, which would be, yes, one of the things you could look into doing is a rate study so as to equalize the zones in the Stockton area. And your option would be number two, which would be to direct staff to do an RFP, I believe. If there is a disparity, if it's a situation where that provider is charging more for fewer services than comparable providers.
What about cutting out Stockton, that district, and just leaving that district? And if you have to do an RFP or whatever they want to, I mean, there's a lot of issues. I don't know them all.
There are a lot of issues, and I think the devil's in the details. And my recommendation would be to direct staff to look, having expressed what your concerns are, have staff look into those concerns.
But legally, can we
carve out Stockton? I think we could if they're in a discrete zone.
There are separate contracts in discrete zones.
Do a rate review. I think a rate review is great. We could. Again, it seemed like the issue is Supervisor Canepa and Supervisor Patty, and I guess you're in there too. Everybody in Stockton up here except for us. But so that's what I would, like to see. However that would look like.
Supervisor Ding.
So if I could put council's explanation in sixth grade English here. We got two conversations, one that has to do with 20,000 residents in that one garbage district. Kind of reminds me of DC. Take care of his problem and it kind of changes the whole. So what I'd like to see is two motions. One, mirroring what Supervisor Patty said on a review on those 20,000 residents. And then I'm going to make a motion to put it out to an RFP, which probably isn't going to go anywhere, but that would be the end of conversation because that would take care of everything that's on the board right now.
We're giving direction to staff.
I'm going to make a motion.
What do you think, County Council? Can he make a motion? He can make a motion, correct?
Well, I think Supervisor Patty has a motion pending, and depending on what the outcome of that is, a second motion could be made to direct staff to come back with a proposal to do an RFP. they'd have to come back with a proposal to the RFP, but you could direct staff to do that. But I think we should handle one motion at a time.
So what I said through the chair, what I said was that's being presented as a motion. I floated it out there, but that's a motion. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Can we hear from
I have
Paul?
one point of clarity. One
Go
point of clarity. So then, how does that work for comparing when they're not giving the same service? You know what I mean? It's like for my district, if you're not offering the carts, then yeah, the county one's going to be. I mean, I understand the price survey. I could go for the price survey, and I understand Supervisor Rickman's don't mess with us. But I mean, that's, for me, a price survey would be helpful because it would solve a lot of problems as far as equity. So that was the concern, is how do we compare that if we do what Supervisor Patty's saying? Because right now there's no comparison for the cost. Right. Is that what you see? Or,
right.
I mean,
Well, and it's because there's differences in franchise fees, differences in containers, and in fact differences in how the leaf surface is provided. It's the apples to apples comparison is not obvious. I think we can find to get there and get to a reasonable comparison. But just so I'm clear through the chair on Supervisor Patty's motion is what happens with the rest of the contracts. We talked about Zone C and doing a rate review there and doing an RFP if we're found to be providing fewer services at a higher cost. But we need to know how to approach the balance of the county.
I think it's true for the countywide. If they're not up to par, I think we need to, they'd open it up to RFP.
Well, in my district, they're competing, it's themselves.
Right, it's the same hauler.
Yeah, yeah, right. It's like, oh yeah, here we go.
Okay. Go ahead, Patty. Go ahead, Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And again, I think we're getting to the where we've made a bit of a motion. Just so for clarity, my suggestion and my motion that's out there is that staff is going to do a rate review, and if we find that for less services, and the franchise fee is the factor that we want to take into consideration, but for less services, you're charging customers more money in the county versus the opposite, which is true in Tracy. I think, again, you guys are great representatives of working with the city and the county and being very fair to what you're offering. Am I correct? And that's what you fairly represented. So what's triggering this concern is that we're paying more money, less services in Zone C. And if we do a rate review and this turns out to be true, then that zone is going to be subject to an RFP. If you have been basically a good steward, a good customer, a good client for your city and county in a region, and you're not charging more money for less services, then you're not going to be subject to an RFP. Is that clear? Is that pretty clear to everybody? Does that sound like would address the biggest concern that's being discussed? And County Council through the chairs, that's pretty much what I've said, right?
I understood your motion. Just to make it crystal clear, when you're looking at the question of whether or not Zone C is charging more for fewer services, you're not including the cost of the franchise fee. You're taking that out. Right. So with that clarification, I understand the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. The motion passes 5-0.
And Chair, let me say, we need to do this quickly. This is not a 3, 5, 6, week, further down the road, or 2 months from now. There's a window here that, in order for anybody to be competitive. So whatever those rate reviews are, let's move forward on it.
Understood. Cal Recycle is going to be watching this closely. Just through the chair, if I could make a quick comment, sure. I think the result of this review is going to likely result in an RFP countywide.
Okay. That's fine.
How's that? I'm sorry, I don't have the floor, so.
I think I do. Okay, Supervisor Rickman, actually. Good.
So please explain, because if that's the case, then.
Because we are actually, and different zones have different cities or different urbanized areas, census designated places, if you will. But generally, we are slightly higher for apples to apples services than the higher density areas like cities within the zones.
Okay, well, what about like my district?
So for example, Tracy, we are actually between 10 and 15% higher for the same services.
Okay, I mean, can I do a motion to reconsider? Motion of reconsideration?
Hold on, I think I have the floor.
Hold on. I don't think you're getting this clear. Tracy, that zone is its own zone. It's not over the entire spectrum of the county. It all needs to be compared. It's zone for zone.
Yeah.
One zone we've heard about is being charged more. And I'm not sure, I don't know if I'm speaking English language here and perhaps something's wrong and maybe I've not done something right, but we are talking specifically Zone C, and I'm not sure if you guys have caught this. This goes back weeks now. We've talked about Zone C, that customers, people, our citizens in Zone C are paying more money for less services. We just heard the per gallon fee that the city charges versus what the county charges. What part of that are we not understanding that needs to be equalized and considered? Because that's not the case. You heard the Tracy representatives say that for less services, we charge less. How is that going to trigger an RFP for the entire county? And tell me where I made a mistake.
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, we're looking at a rate sheet here, and in our standard rate versus a standard rate from a city is still 5 to 10% higher for less services. So meaning we're not providing any organic services at all, only in Zone C for an additional charge. And we're providing a very tiny amount of, again, the recycle bin for recycling. And so the cities are full service at this point, providing organic services on a weekly basis, recycling, and then organics and regular trash services. So we're already higher at this stage in the game.
So generally across the board in all of the zones, for the same or fewer services, we are generally slightly higher than the cities.
And our frequency
it may
of
be
pickup
more
is
pronounced as Zone C, but I think that condition exists across all the zones.
That's not what we heard from the Tracy representatives. Tracy representatives said different. And maybe we look at if it's 10%, we have to go back and amend something. I don't know this point. It's very confusing discussion with many moving parts.
In order, I mean, we voted, so we have to do a motion reconsideration.
Who's got the floor?
I mean, we have a motion on the floor, so the motion has to be heard.
Okay, let's give a chance for Supervisor Dean to speak, and we'll let Mr. Hiram speak. Go ahead.
No, your motion passed 5-0.
But I can, but no, we're having some apparently problems. So all I'm saying, the motion reconsideration.
Hold on, I think I have the floor.
Okay, I think Supervisor Dean has the floor for a second. Hold on a second, please.
Yeah.
Let him speak.
Oh, okay, then, point of order. Counselor?
You want to take point of order before? I've got the floor.
Point of
right
order
now.
stops all debate. So point of order, the chair has to listen to it.
Okay, go ahead.
He already recognized it.
It doesn't matter. Point of order. If you want to go ahead and read the Roberts rules, and this is how it affects. Point of order, there's a violation of the rules. So, Counselor, if I have a motion on the floor, does the motion have to be heard or voted? Because
there's a motion for reconsideration.
Right.
You were on the winning side. Everybody was. So that motion does have to be heard, but I'm not, you can still, it doesn't have to be heard immediately.
Right.
You can, and Supervisor Ding can speak to the issue as to whether or not a motion for reconsideration is appropriate.
Okay, but the motion is recognized, so.
Correct. Yeah,
Correct. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yes.
All right.
Supervisor Ding, go ahead.
And just to remind my colleague, I had a separate motion pending after this motion. But the director is correct. You can't open up for these 20,000. We're talking about a countywide policy, so I don't know who gave you the advice to do this in the beginning of just these 20,000, but they've opened up the entire county to an RFP by going and do this because you've set a precedent in doing so. So my motion would be, instead of beating around with it, we direct staff to move forward on an RFP countywide.
Okay, before you go forward, let me have an opportunity for Mr. Hiram to speak. Yes.
I understood Supervisor's Patty motion to only affect Area C. And I'm just asking for clarification of that.
County Council, do you want to answer Mr. Sherman's question? I thought it was Area C also.
I took, the motion seemed to be prompted by concerns with respect to Area C, but the motion was to do wasn't specific to Area C. It indicated we were to look at the costs in all the zones and determine, excluding any applicable franchise fees, whether or not the cost in that zone was more than other zones, but provided fewer services.
Okay.
So we just, if you want to, obviously one of your options is to undo that motion, do a motion to reconsider, and then do a new motion, which would be more narrow in scope if that's the wishes of the board.
Okay. Clerk of the board.
I have to respectfully disagree. I actually have in the motion that it was to conduct a rate review of Zone C and authorize staff to propose an RFP if higher fees are charged for less service, excluding the franchise fees.
That's what I understood.
Okay, I stand corrected then.
I'll hold with that. I'll stay with
Okay.
that.
Supervisor Rickman, do you still want to do a new
Well,
motion?
is that, so that's just your guys' district?
Make sure the director, though, because
Right.
I think you heard your motion correctly. He's just telling you that it does open up the rest of the county.
Does it, if it's what our clerk of the board just stated, does that open up the county or just District C?
If the intent is just for this rate review and possible RFP, if that is to apply, to Zone C only, that's fine. We would also want direction on how to handle the rest of the county. If it was more generally worded, which I understood the motion to be, was, do a
Okay,
cost
but
review.
let's just stick with the motion at hand here right now. So the motion that clerk of the board just stated, just dealing with C, did that affect the rest of the county?
If the intent is to limit it just to Zone C, no, it wouldn't. Then we would ask for direction on how the rest of the county
Okay, so
is
that
to be
would
handled.
be, that's one motion. We can deal with that later. So with your intent, Supervisor Patty, just to C?
Yes, that is the zone of concern.
Okay, so if that's the case, I pull my reconsideration.
Okay, Supervisor Canada has a comment.
I just had one question because I didn't understand how you would compare, because the other haulers in the don't provide those services. So I mean, and over the years since these have been, the density has changed. So I mean, that would be how you would compare it, apples to apples, density wise. You know what I mean? So somebody that's serving a rural area it's harder to compare the price survey because of the restraints.
We're not there. Yeah, we're not even going there.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That's what that's what I'm saying. So we're on the same street, same density, same hauler, different prices. I have a problem with that, so I'll leave it at
Correct.
Now, Supervisor Dean, you had a motion that dies, right? You don't want to do it? You don't want to proceed with that, correct?
Yeah, I think what's good enough for Stockton is good enough for the rest of the county. So I'd like to make a motion to open to do it countywide, which, by the way, I think is going to happen on precedent anyway, because you can't go in here and do a section C garbage and say, this is okay. And I don't know who wrote that language on that motion, but it's got wider implications, because somebody can legally come in and say, you've already said that this is already, reviewable. You can't just segment this out from the county, my opinion.
So if I'm understanding Supervisor Ding's motion, it is to put all of these contracts out to an RFP.
County Council, what's your opinion on what Supervisor Ding just stated, that this motion for Zone C would then trigger a legal challenge for the rest of the zones? It's a precedent that we don't want to go down.
I obviously don't have the opportunity right here to do research, but I'm not aware of anything which would preclude us from simply opening up an RFP with respect to Zone C.
Clarification.
Director Buckman, would you like to comment on this item?
Just a quick clarification that we'd like to get direction if Zone C is the direction is to go out for competitive selection with a qualification. If some analysis shows that we're providing fewer services for greater costs, we can do that. But we would also like direction to we continue with the amendments and the remaining zones.
So we need to address
I'd make a motion to continue. Oh, I'm sorry.
You've got a motion.
Okay.
Is there a second on your motion? Is there a second, anyone? I heard silence. Okay, the motion dies, correct? Okay, so we're going to continue with Supervisor Patty's motion and go forward, and you're saying you need motion, you need direction as far as the rest of the county, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, if possible, we'd like
Because it sounds like.
if possible, we'd like included in that motion direction to continue with the amendment process for the other 5 zones.
I'll amend my motion to include that if that's what the process, or a separate motion for that, County Council through the chair?
Separate motion.
Okay, so separate motion as Public Works, Mr. Buckman's asking for clarity that the other zones can continue and will continue forward with the extension, renewal and extension.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Let's vote, please.
And just to be clear, we're suspecting that the rate analysis of Zone C will show that it should go out to RFP, but that's not a foregone conclusion. So I would suggest that the motion that you continue with the amendments be for any zone for which we're not going out to RFP, which conceivably might include Zone C, although we suspect that's not the case.
That's under the term of the contract.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's 6.5 years, 8 years. Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We understand the motion, and we can take a vote, please. Go ahead. Okay, that motion is approved 5-0. Are we good?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Happy that one's over. Okay, moving on to Board of Supervisors comments and committee reports. Supervisor Canepa.
I'll be brief. We went to CSAC, so we all have them for the folks that went. Report that out, and the information that you get and the camaraderie that you build and learning best practices is absolutely amazing. We also attended the prayer breakfast, had a meeting with SEIU folks to figure out what their needs are in the community, the continual care meeting, state of the city. We also attended that. The DA had the kickoff for Victims Witness Week. I also attended Earth Day and behavioral health events. So thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else? Supervisor Rickman.
If Supervisor Patty, you want to go?
Thank you.
And I'll go after him.
Okay, Supervisor Patty.
Okay.
Thank you. Since you read all my notes, I appreciate you letting me go first. We obviously we participated in prayer breakfast. That was great attendance. That's to see public, private sectors, communities coming together and just praying for our first responders and for law enforcement and for safety and prosperity. Thought the entire county is wonderful to take part of that. We had the annual Gurdwara celebration and America's oldest Sikh temple right here anchored in Stockton, California, founded right here in Stockton. The CSAC was great. We had some fantastic breakout sessions. One of the important ones that I talked with our director, Jennifer Jolly, yesterday about was the affordable housing, what we can do and how we can move forward in our counties for affordable housing, workforce housing, things of that. We also have farm labor housing needs. That's something that this board it's come before this board. We've talked with, and I'm happy to report that our director is actively working on something to bring back to us in time through the process. And also the State of the City address was highly attended, something that, God willing, I'd have the opportunity to be a presenter in the future and look forward to having county supervisors share what we're doing in the county at the same time. So that's all this time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? We're good? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. When's our next meeting?
May 14th.
Oh, so the reason I asked, because we're all going, I think we're all going, aren't we? To One Voice? So we'll be going to One Voice at the 6th of May to advocate on behalf of our residents for different infrastructure, roadways, and so, and it's always a great trip. I know we brought back millions of dollars in the past on this to improve our roadways and our infrastructure, in which we get so many complaints about. So letting you know what we're doing. And I think we all did pretty much the same, CSAC, prayer breakfast, and SEIU, DA, and so on. Yesterday, I attended the mega region, and the mega region is part of COG, in which I sit as a member, and it consists of members from San Joaquin Council of Governments, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, and Metropolitan Transportation Commission. So it's one of the very few working groups that you have several different counties coming together for a common goal is infrastructure. Be it, trains like for the ACE train or the Valley Link or the 99-120, the 205 corridor, and plus those in Sacramento and the Bay Area, which connects our different districts. So the mega region. So that's over 100, I think there's 136 cities, and over 11 million people that we represent in that group. So we had a great day in Sacramento talking to our elected representatives and also our transportation department. So thank you everybody for that. But I'm going to end it on that, Chair. So it's all yours.
No, just a couple of things. One, I wanted to commend Supervisor Rickman. The money for the Boys and Girls, Club. This is getting to be a big deal about doing things for the youth and making sure they have activities and things going on. I'm going to take his lead and follow up in 2 weeks with Lodi Boys and Girls Club. It's really important. So thank you for taking the lead on that. On our One Voice trip, we're talking about consolidation on a lot of fronts. From North County Fire Department, we've started, trying to figure that out. I know we're having discussions right now. I know Supervisor, I can't remember if it was Patty or who brought this up, but looking at the water districts as well, and we'll have this conversation when we get to DC, because I know we have a couple conversations about it there too. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Petty.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you. Just something real quick and exactly to the point Supervisor Ding just pointed out. I've also been reached out. I gave some money from my discretionary to our Hoover Tyler Little League in particular, just to give you all a heads up, because other Little Leagues in your districts have contacted me. I attempted to bring something forward for all Little Leagues, but the district representative shot it down. So you each have individual Little Leagues that may have reached out to you for some use of discretionary funds, but I can tell you right now, as a baseball coach in Hoover Tyler for years, they need helmets, they need bats, they need new chalk dispensers, they need so much equipment that if you can utilize any of your discretionary funds, like for the Boys and Girls Club, it is tremendously needed, and this is youth activity for our kids. So as they've reached out to me, I've oftentimes passed it on to you guys. We have discretionary fund. Is that going to be on our budget this year to reinstall that allocation through the chair, County, our CAO?
Yes, through the chair. Excuse me. It is a part of our budget that we'll be bringing to the board.
Okay, thank you very much. With that said, up until June, if you can find great uses for your discretionary fund, now is the time. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
I'm sorry, just be quick. I forgot to mention Mountain House Chamber. They just had their ribbon cutting last week. So that's the 8th city coming July 1st. So it's another chamber for us to work with. And since we're meeting after Mother's Day, right? Correct? So I want to say happy Mother's Day to all the great moms out there.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Let's meet in closed session at 1:50. Sounds good. Thank you, everyone. Closed session in 15 minutes. Hey, that was a
you.